Our sister RP is in the place to be. What's up, sister?
Et Sin E. How you doing?
E.T. Senate E. I'm doing nefer.
Oh, great, great. Um, well, I got it today. I was thinking it was coming from France, but then I did the tracking and it was outside actually when I went to check, and here it is.
Oh, that's what's up. It's just like my hat. That's what's up.
Yeah,
Let me do the solo layout. There it is, brothers and sisters. That's
yeah.
what's up.
I really like this. Yeah, so I have an after school program that I help facilitate. And I'm going to wear this because we're going to start talking about coding. So I'm going to
Okay.
use this as an introduction because this is a code. It's
Mm.
ancient code, but it's still a code. And then we're going to be able to, demonstrate. I'll be able to demonstrate to them the meanings inside each of the, glyphs and stuff. So, but yeah, I was looking online and I was like, this is actually like really good designs. So as soon as I get some more, extra money, I'm gonna get the matching hat, and I want to get a Ma'at shirt. But I really like the Kemet one to start with. Yeah, so it's really good, and the prices ain't bad either. So
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I
yeah,
appreciate that.
you
Donnie
know what?
Williams wrote. Yes, go ahead,
Hmm?
sister. Go ahead, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that boonie cover, the hat. I don't know what they call. I call it a boonie cover. I really like that with the
The bandana?
nah.
Oh,
It's
the cover, the protection cover thing.
yeah, it goes all the
Yeah.
way around. That's the one I want to get next too. Yeah.
You. Oh, do you mean that?
It's a hat that I don't know what they call it. It's like a
Oh,
beach
like a
hat.
beanie low,
Ye-
like a hat for winter, like.
or that you would wear if it's sunny, but it goes all the way around.
Oh yeah, I get it. I get it. Oh, okay. I didn't even know that was added. You know.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I
All
like
right.
that one
Okay.
too. But
Okay.
yeah, I
Okay.
got it. Proud owner of my own my Out
Kemet shirt.
Forever shirt. Kemet. Yeah.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, brother Donnie Williams. See, you got your
Yeah,
makeup.
yeah. What's up, Shaka? I was gonna do just a. I know it's a serious topic, but I was gonna do a little
No, no. I appreciate that, bro. I'm
unboxing.
glad.
So
I'm glad. Yeah, yeah. Live
yeah.
unboxing, bro. You don't mind if I use this excerpt, like as a clip, my
No,
intro?
no,
Oh,
it's all
thank you.
good.
Thank you. And for
Yeah.
those who wonder, I'm gonna share the link. All right, that's lovely.
Yeah, I got the Heather Gray. Oh man, yeah,
Oh, you got the
I
Kemet
didn't,
shirt as well. Okay.
yeah. I didn't know it had that on the back
In the
though.
back. Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice. That's what's up,
That's
man.
lovely. Oh, thank you. I
So
appreciate that.
yeah. So just letting you know, just coming through, showing some support real quick, man. I'm about to get back into this Netflix film. So um, just wanted to say peace, man, and thanks.
Yeah, thanks a lot, brother.
Okay. All
All
right.
right.
Hotep Senu Hena Senut, Yitiren Ishakanduku Kemeta, just received my shirt. That's the white one. I do have the black one as well. Look at this motif on the sleeves. Looking fly. Oh my goodness. Oh my Neferu. Neferbu. Even have it in the back, but it's going to be a bit difficult for me to show you. But you see a little bit of it here. That's what's up, man. That's what's up. And this is the black Ma'at shirt. Look at this, man. That's what's up for real. Oh my Neferu. Neferbu. Hotep Senu. Hena Senut. E.T. Ren E. Shakandugu Kemet. That's the deal. Can't even check the design in the back. Hold on. Hold on now. Oh my goodness, man. All the way in the back. You got it all, man. You got the hat, you got the bandana, you got the shirts, you got the hoodies coming soon. I mean, you have it all. All right? Hotep.
Microphone check, microphone check. Hotep Senuhela Senut E.G. then Ishakan Nugukemet. I hope you're doing well. The title of this live stream is GRLA Hebrew said we should call out rapists. Sleepwalking doesn't fly. Parenthesis, Nasi Yashuvel. Oh man, we already have Texas Bama in the place to be. The troublemaker is going to be animated. First thing, I want to get out of the way. Former French president Nicolas Sarkozy been found guilty of corruption. He appealed the decision and he lost the appeal. So it is definite. Now there is something like, Conseil d'Etat, sometimes you can take it there. But I don't think he will, and I'm not sure if this is possible in this particular case. Which would be, some like in America, you have like, the Supreme Court or something, But anyway, let's go to the article. A lot of people said that Sarkozy was responsible for Gaddafi's demise. Libya or the Gaddafi family said that they gave money to Sarkozy for his political campaign, which is forbidden. It's forbidden to receive money from foreign countries for a political campaign in France. I think you may have some few cases in the pipeline. But some people will claim that, he's part of some sort of societies, blah, blah, blah. But damn, it's strange, man. They did not protect him from that trial. Bear with me. So sharing, yeah. You can see it was 1 day ago. So people are gonna complain. Oh, it's all news. Nicolas Sarkozy, we don't pronounce the S in French, but Nicolas Sarkozy to wear tag after losing corruption appeal. Under the caption of this picture, it says Nicolas Sarkozy attended the appeals hearing but declined to comment. He didn't look too happy, which is understandable. The article from BBC News is by Henry Astier. Former French President Nicolas Sarkozy has lost his appeal against a prison sentence for corruption. However, the Paris Appeals Court ruled that he could serve his time at home wearing a tag instead of going to jail. For the record, in French, we don't pronounce the S in Paris either. We pronounce it Paris, but it's all good. 2021, Sarkozy was sentenced to 3 years in prison, including 2 suspended for trying to influence a judge in a separate case. Oh, for the record, I'm reading this because, KRS-One is on tape, on record saying that our leaders should be infallible, that it should be, what's the other word he used? Untouchables. The 68-year-old was the first former French president to get a custodial sentence. Following Wednesday's ruling, Sarkozy's lawyer said she would launch a new challenge with the Court of Cassation. Well, there it is. I said the Conseil d'Etat, but actually I was supposed to say Court of Cassation, one of France's highest authorities. But after that, I think there was a Conseil d'Etat, Um, it appears that when you go on what we call Cassation, it is in front of the Conseil d'Etat. But anyway, Nicolas Sarkozy is innocent, lawyer Jacqueline Lafont said. We will take this all the way. The former president has been convicted of attempting to obtain information from a senior judge in 2014 after he had left office. The case centered on phone conversations between Sarkozy and his lawyer at the time were taped by police. Prosecutors convinced the court that Sarkozy offered the judge a prestigious job in Monaco, in return for information about investigations into his 2007 campaign. And remember, the money that he allegedly received from Gaddafi. There's another situation with one of his campaign where there was some money also. But here, for the record, Bernie Williams in the place to be. Hotep. In the chat. I have that link here. And what is that link? Alleged Libyan financing in the 2007 French presidential elections. Nicolas Sarkozy left 2007 presidential campaign allegedly received through intermediaries up to 50 million euros from Libya's Muammar Gaddafi. Right. So a lot of people praise Gaddafi as a hero for Africa against the system, but why would he give 50 million euros to Sarkozy then? He didn't know any better. See, I mean, those guys, if you listen to them, Libya allegedly bankrolled the presidential campaign of Nicolas Sarkozy with up to 50 million euros in payouts. Sarkozy has denied wrongdoings and rejected suggestions he was a Libyan agent of influence during his tenure as president of France. He has since officially been convicted for corruption in 2021. I thought that the case was still ongoing. That corruption. Maybe he appealed. I'm not sure that case is over. Anyway, let's continue. Let's go back to his recent conviction, which was yesterday. The judge and lawyer in question were also sentenced to 3 years in jail, 2 of them suspended. It is one of several corruption cases involving Sarkozy, who denies any wrongdoing. Earlier this month, prosecutors requested that he should face trial over allegations that the Libyan government illegally contributed to his 2007 presidential bid, but in France, investigating magistrates have the last word over whether a case should go to trial. Sarkozy's legal travails, I didn't even know you use that word in English. That's a French word for little wonder. But let's see if it has the same connotation in English for the record. In French, we use that word without the S at the end, and it means work. Plural of work is travaux. Same root, but the ending is different. So, travail, using English, means labor. But you don't use the word labor in the plural form in English, do you? But anyway, hold on. French. Old-fashioned or literary, according to Cambridge University. Cambridge Dictionary. Okay, anyway. Sarkozy's legal travails have put an end to his political career, but he retains lingering influence on the right. His Republican Party is in disarray, and for many, he remains a historic point of reference. Those who see him as a victim of a judicial establishment bias towards the left will stick by him regardless until the wheels fall off. Nicolas Sarkozy served 1 5-year term as president until 2012. He adopted tough anti-immigration policies and sought to reform France's economy during a presidency overshadowed by the global financial crisis. Critics nickname him Bling Bling, seeing his leadership style as too brash, celebrity-driven, and hyperactive for a role steeped in tradition and grandeur. He was also head of the European, I don't know if I should say union. Let me find the exact term. Sarkozy, head European. So yeah, was president in office of the European Council. No, I said European Council. No, no, European Council. Yeah. When he was president of France, he was also president. You know, France had the presidency of the European. So it was in a good position, man. The European Council, informally EUCO or UCO, EUCO, is a collegiate body directorial system that defines the overall political direction and priorities of the European Union. Just for those who are curious, I'm going to put that in the chat. Now, we do have Bob Cosmic in the place to be salute to you. He wrote, yep, they out for Sarkozy. They mean works. Wafong is in the place to be. It's been a minute, Wafong. Sarkozy was a baller. Bob Cosmic wrote, Emmanuel Macron is more unpopular than Sarkozy. I'm sure you've seen the demonstrations across France. Well, Macron is condescending, but the thing is that the economic situation is just messy. There was a Gilets jaunes movement, yellow vest movement. Price of life is getting more and more expensive. You know what I'm saying? So it's an accumulation of things. The war in Ukraine. We found out that the oil was produced mainly in Ukraine. So there was a time we couldn't even get oil. The price was crazy also. Whenever we could get it. Now the price has come down a little bit, but there's an inflation, real inflation. So personally, it doesn't make a difference to me if he's more popular than Sarkozy and whatever. Macron was elected for his second term. So some people would argue that Sarkozy was more unpopular because Sarkozy only had one term, and he didn't succeed for the second term. Sarkozy brought depleted uranium to Africa through the invasion of Libya just because they were intimidated by Gaddafi. I mean, I heard for years, yeah, Gaddafi. I think his son is on tape saying, yeah, we financed France, or we financed Sarkozy for his political campaign. I think he's on tape saying that. You know what I'm saying? So people can say all anything they want about Gaddafi. They can explain to me why he gave millions of euros to Sarkozy. Dr. West Mohammed is on tape making excuses for Gaddafi making anti-African statements. All people don't understand, what term did he use? Strategy. And I forgot the first term he used. Because many people don't know that Sarkozy made some disparaging remarks towards Africans getting into Europe. But anyway. Now, Bob Cosmic wrote Gilets jaunes. So no, there is no Gilets jaunes every week. The Gilets jaunes movement or yellow jacket, yellow vest movement has died down. Some people have been protesting, but that movement died down. Now, there was a black woman. She had dreadlocks. She was one of the head of the Gilets jaunes movement, and another dude. And there was something fishy about the money. Now, apparently, he would have used the money for himself, similar to the Black Lives Matter movement. Bob Funk wrote Gaddafi financed Obama too. Well, I never heard that before. He couldn't believe Obama turned on him the way he did. Gaddafi celebrated Obama. I've never heard that he financed Obama. I mean, I never even heard that allegation by some reputable sources or reputable news agency. I'm not saying it's not the case, but if you have any links you can share with us, feel free. I know it's finished. Now I'm in the UK and I have family in Avignon. All right, that's what's up. May I ask you where you are from originally, Bob Cosmic? This one. This one. This one. Non, non, non. 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 Tu veux dire bonjour?
Oui.
Dis bonjour.
Bonjour.
Ah, dis au tep.
Au tep. On ne sait pas parler au tep et bonjour dans les caisses. Bonjour. J'allais au Portugal avec.
C'est bon. Arrête de faire du bruit. Là.
Je vais raconter avec Lucas.
Oh, so Jamaica. You grew up in Queens. Oh, may I ask where you been in Africa? Which country? Okay, now we're gonna get to the nitty-gritty. Now we're gonna get to the nitty-gritty. Boom. The video that I'm about to share, it's on YouTube. When it was first shared with me, it was another website, but I did put it in the chat. You know, I had to process this info. Okay, that's what's up. Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, Abyssinia. So as you can see, that video was uploaded 3 years ago. It has 10,000 views. Uploaded by Sikari, the YouTube account Sikari Public Enemies, with 31,000 subscribers, 366 likes. The title, of course, is Addressing Apostle Tahar in the Nasi Yashuvel situation. So, I mean, the timestamp right now is 21:39, so you can hear it's talking about Nasi. Then I will have to move forward a little bit because he's interacting with the chat, and so he's going to answer a few things, and then he will go back to the Nasi situation. You have Birmingham at atheist, a place to be. See, I lived in England, so every time I hear Birmingham, I'm thinking about the second largest city in England, the United Kingdom. But we do have Birmingham, Alabama, in the US, of course. And indeed, the chat is open to everybody for this live stream, so take advantage.
I want to talk about the situation with Nasi Yashuvel. It's crazy because a lot of y'all is new to the community, but like 013, 014, maybe in 015, he was a big deal in the community. He had bodied Sarah Susan City in a debate. Came out of nowhere, bodied Sarah Susan City in a debate during the major war between Kemet and Israel.
For the record, I don't know GRLA Hebrew personally. I've heard of him, and like I said before, a few weeks back, there was a video that popped up in my feed, and I forgot if it was mentioned in the title or if I just heard it or read it in the comment. But somewhere down the line, it was stated that he was of Haitian descent. So I left a comment in I left a comment, and I tagged him, and then just spoke a little Creole, say, hey, you're Haitian and stuff like that, and he replied to me. So he confirmed that indeed he's of Haitian descent. One of his parents is of Haitian descent, and he even said that his appearance is so because of his admixture, So that's the only communication I ever had with GRLA Hebrew. You know what I'm saying? The other time I heard of him on my channel, somebody talked about a situation where the GRLA Hebrew's team had a physical altercation with some other Hebrew people, some younger dudes or something like that, So yeah, he lived in the UK years back, So he's talking about that debate where Nasi Yashuvel would have, bodied Seti. Usually Hebrews are like they say they won no matter what, you know what I'm saying? But just for the record, that's the debate for which Reggie committed treason. If you type in, see, I'm gonna go on at YouTube homepage, and in the search bar you type in Seti versus Nasi. So that's that in the middle. Okay. You have that result here. As I brought the smash. He has uploaded the part 1. I don't know what happened with part 2. So you can see that was 8 years ago. He has 42,000 views. You can see that it says November 2014, Sanetta TV presented Southwestern Seti versus Nasi Yashuvel. He added Seti won because Nasi lied. Actually, I remember now that Smash has covered some of the claims of Nasi. But anyway, I'm gonna wait until the ad is over so you can hear the beginning.
So you gangster, don't impress me.
Damn, I think I'm gonna get striked for that.
Sarnetta TV, welcome to another House of Consciousness Productions.
So you heard it. The voice was slowed down, but it was, scam cheddar. Now, when I said that Butler Reggie committed treason, guess who said it? I didn't say it. Scam cheddar said it.
And now today, it is so sad that I have to say Dr. Ben is now rolling over in his grave. Dr. Ben is now looking up, looking down or looking around, wherever, at one of his top students. And he is now saying, what happened to you, my brother? You were supposed to carry on the torch. Now you're going against the greatness of my teachings, of what I taught you. I think it was the time when my brother Dr. Reggie committed treason when Sarah Sutan said he was going up against Nasi Yashuvel. And I should have seen it then when Dr. Reggie secretly went behind all of our backs and gave Nasi Yashuvel, a Hebrew Israelite, the antidote, the information that can try to kill Sarah Sutan Seti when Seti was defending Dr. Ben, defending Kemet, defending African culture. But Reggie went and gave Nasi Yashuvel information against us. I didn't see it then. I couldn't believe it. I said, no, that's not my brother Reggie. He ain't do that. And then I heard Reggie one day admitted it. And I was so hurt, man. I just couldn't believe it, man. That's when Reggie failed. He have no longer become the backbone of Kemet. He have no longer become the strength of Kemet. And I just got to say, man, I just feel sorry for my brother.
You heard it? Can I ask you a question, Sanada?
Yeah.
You said he's a pedophile. You were talking about Nasi, were you?
Yes.
Can you just tell us what it is about? And you see, I'm not going to say, oh, you talk about people. That's what everybody does.
No. This is different. Nasi Yashuvel, because the Hebrews would say anything about polite real quick. But they own man, Nasi Yashuvel, ended up being a goddamn pedophile, having sex with one of his wife's daughters, man. And he got ran out of town.
How old was she, the girl?
I don't know.
Was she underage?
Reggie, do you remember that?
She was underage, and but look.
And guess what? Hebrews tried to cover that shit up, but it was coming out so quick and hard.
So Scam Cheddar, Frankie, who organized the event, he stated publicly that the dude is a pedophile. You know what I'm saying? But once again, the reason why he's touching on that is in defense of polite. Now, something I just found out as the clip was playing. Load up as video yesterday on the House of Consciousness. You can see the title, Naim Lord Abba response to Sabir base, and check him with valid points and hard facts. There's going to be some more and more crime or more and more beef. And when I say more, that's MOOR. Now, Commissioner Depp Herufant wrote, hate is a new love. I'm beer for this. Keep it coming, and nothing but some hot fish grease over here. Lord Abba, aka Shake Way Hell, you amuse me. Now it's a wordplay because at one point Lord Abba used to go by Sheik, SHEKH space way, the same way it is written here, WAY, and then LEL. But here he made a wordplay, Shake Way Hell. Now look at this here. Look at this comment from Mr. Google, man. Can you see it? Yeah. Now Mr. Google 13 hours ago wrote Sabir Bey is Haitian. He brags about how Black Americans have no culture and are the dumbest of the diaspora. Yet he also says his Haitian brethren are better off because they are somehow smarter. Now, even if Sabir Bey said, okay, my Haitian brethren, it's not an indication that he's of Haitian descent, you know? It's like somebody can say, hey, my Jamaican brothers, so I think if he was, when I told him that my parents are from Haiti, he would have, mentioned it, but who knows? But I don't believe he is, you know what I'm saying? You know. Furthermore, he said, when I heard him say this, I argued with him. He said, Negroes in America have no culture like us Haitians. Okay, now if he said that, actually, look, man, we do. Jamaica does. Y'all don't. He's a Haitian tether babbler. Actually, I'm going to tell him that we are live right now. Greetings, can you please give me the link? I'm stamp. Beer. They said us patients. Be free to join us as I am live streaming now. There it is. So, and then More Wisdom wrote, Lord Abba, so you're saying commission pseudo too? You had the timestamp here because he was agreeing. Lord Abba wrote, yes, absolutely pseudo. He's probably worse than Sabir when it comes to pseudology. I don't know if I've heard or used that term before, pseudology. And Commissioner Depp responded, I'm going to make you stand on that, you American descendant of slavery. This is long overdue. So Scam Cheddar must be happy. Must be like, hey, yeah, the commission going to go at him. He's going to get back at Lord Abba. Okay, let me check the chat. Andrew Brunette is in a place to be. Bob Cosmic wrote, every Hebrew Israelite that I've ever come across after 2 minutes of discussion, they get irate because I ask them some simple questions that they can't answer or they start getting nervous. Scam Cheddar, dang. It's comedy how? Damn, Sa laying it all, Sa laying it all out there. Reggie a pro snitch. It's funny you mentioned snitch because I'm going to show you Reggie saying that I was snitching because I talked about something that was public. That was not even a criminal, issue, Paul light, you mean no light, darkness. like a banquet of the thieves. How do remain friends with someone's disrespect you so much? Why do these grown men keep going back to Sa? He probably has a lot of dirt on them. Bob Cosmic saying cognitive dissonance is real. Bob Cosmic wrote, Sabir Bey isn't Haitian. I've never once heard him speak Creole. Oh, you don't have to speak Creole to be of Haitian descent. How do these elder grown men keep going back to someone like Sa that keeps disrespecting them? Something is wrong with Reggie. Og Trackfield with the nut job. How many of them threaten to ever go back? Then we're back there a few days later. Okay, to never go back, obviously, yeah, never. How many of them threaten to never go back? Then we're back there a few days later. Mighty Hebrew swore on his son's life that he would never go back to the HOK, and he went back many times. Konat confronted Elder Zaquan because because Konat told Apostle Zaquan, you said you never go back over there. So he went back. And Konat himself said, live on air, that one day Saneda called him and said, F your mother, F your wife. Konat is over there. So I don't know what it is with these grown men. Now, let's resume.
Probably like probably 2 weeks after, within like around the same time Cesario killed Polite. The Swoovies. How long I've been in what's GD? I've never been a gangster disciple, brother, if that's what you're asking me. But yeah, so he all praise the Most High, Carlos Anderson. Yeah, Feast of Tabernacle. Yeah, matter of fact, before I get on this Nazi thing in Tahar, you getting on people about if they got this breakdown and that breakdown.
So you can see, he's going to touch on a few things. Then he's going to go back to Nasi Yashuvel. So that's why I'm going to move forward. Okay.
You do that in class. Oh, how much Persia artists. Right, but above all nations. But yeah, so look, boom. What happened? Yeah, so yeah, let me get on this Nazi thing, right? So boom, he was big for a couple years. He body said he in a debate or whatever. He was big for a couple years. I did a whole show, but end up what happening is he started becoming obsessed with Polite. I'm talking about obsessed with Polite. So I was cool with him for a while, but I started dissing myself because I even spoke out publicly about him. I did a whole show about him because a lot of people, like, y'all gotta understand, like, people be like, when Polite was big, people like grew an obsession with him. Sarnetta with all the antagonistic stuff he was doing to Israel, Israelites started getting obsessed with these dudes. And it's if you don't feed into their energy, then they'll just go somewhere else and they'll stop doing the little weird stuff that they're doing for attention. You know what I'm saying? But Israel don't get that. Israel always trying to just obsess over people. Like, what they're saying is making, like, they're not doing damage. To me, what they're doing is not damage. I'm not losing no sleep over anything none of them people are saying because I'm solidified in my faith through the Spirit, and I pray the Most High keep me that way. But some of y'all be acting like they be saying fake shaking statements sometimes, the way y'all be acting. So I don't give them dudes that much energy. At the end of the day, why are we going to keep giving Polite energy, especially because he already got body? So why we keep talking to him, right? Dude want to call me up on a lie. You see what happened, man? Listen, bro. I done had, because I met him in person. I got cool with him or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And I still don't have necessarily anything. He didn't personally do something to me. I have personally something against him. But he keep running around thinking he can ask people questions like he ain't get body and like he ain't out here robbing people. Nah, damn all that, bro. You know, but I mean, that is what it is. So they start going on a session with Polite.
Did you catch that? Out here robbing people. So it looks like many people knew, you know. Thank you, David. I wanted to put that hashtag and I actually forgot. How old was the girl? Thank you very much. We want to find out how old was the girl molested by the ISUPK member who was found guilty for the crime. And Tozayak has been sending money to him. And not long ago, Chris MVP Harris revealed to the world that the guy is actually Tozayak's cousin. So we want to know how old the girl was. Now, Tozayak has his government name on his Instagram, so it's public information. So I guess it shouldn't be difficult to find out about his cousin, you know. And I don't want to know about anybody's personal lives. I want to know about the case. You understand what I'm saying? So there may be a court summary. There may be a court transcript of the trial. So let's find out. Now, Donnie Williams wrote the Mexican Hebrew. Oh, wow. I understand his mother is of European descent. I don't know if she's Mexican, you know. If I'm not mistaken, it's the father that is Haitian. David wrote, does GRLA Hebrew know? Does he know the cousin's name? Well, he will say, you will hear him say that he knows Tozayak well. So maybe he knows it. Feel free to ask. Anybody can ask GRLA Hebrew, you know what I'm saying? But if they are a good friend, I guess GRLA Hebrew may not want to reveal the age of the girl, which will be strange because he's going to talk about the age of Nasi's alleged victim. But anyway, let's find out with this video. But yes, remember, brothers and sisters, hashtag how old was the... Actually, I used to put how old was the victim, but it's fine to put how old was the girl. Any variation is okay. See? How old was the victim? See, first I thought about, you know, how old was the victim of child molestation, but that's a bit long, you know, so... And even how old was the girl is shorter, you see? So you see how old was the victim? How old was the girl? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Let's stay focused. It's been a while though. It's been a while. We still haven't got any court summary. We still haven't got any transcript from the trials. Trials actually, because Zayak said that there were several trials. But anyway, for those who may wonder what I'm talking about,
You accused of molesting your wife's niece, who is your niece through marriage?
I have no recollection of that. You would have to inform me of what you're talking about. I have no recollection of that.
Okay, I will be able to one day. So I have my third question. Captain Tazariak, do you have a homie that's in prison right now for child molestation that you support financially?
Yes.
But I thought you were against child molestation and those that are molesters to children.
I am against child molestation and those that molest children.
So why are you supporting this person, but you speak ill against others that have a love for people that have been just accused of child molestation?
Okay, I'll answer your question very easily. When I was at both cases of both trials, the evidence that they had, they gave the brother a lie detector test, which he passed. They tested the sister for the young girl, rather, whether her hymen was broke because he was accused of molesting her. Her hymen was not broke. A hymen, for those that don't know, a hymen is something that they use to test to see if the woman's or the child's virginity has been broken or anything like that. There was information that she said that she gave, which she then retracted. So the first case that they did was thrown out. The second case, they did not want to answer to. the jury was hung on it, and the judge did not want to release them until they came up with an answer, and then they came up with a guilty verdict. So from observing the case, if he was guilty of the crime, I would in no way support the brother. But from the evidence of the case, from the testimonies of him as well as the individuals involved, he was not guilty, even though he was found guilty.
Wow, so he was not guilty even though he was found guilty, but you speak ill against someone else that is not guilty, but they say he was guilty. So I have a question. This brother that we support, does he have children?
Yes.
And if so, do you ever say to those children, you have a father that's a child molester?
No, I don't.
Well, why do you do that to others that have a love for Dr. Malachi Z. York Ill and you want his children of him being a quote-unquote so-called child molester, and you speak for supporting him?
I'm gonna tell you why, because I'm an Israelite and Tazariak Israel.
Polite, if let's say Polite is innocent, he could be.
I'm gonna tell you why, because I'm an Israelite and Tazariak Israelite. And I think his doctrine is off compared to what we teach it. We both had the same mission, but he's telling the Israelites it's okay to mix race, right? He's telling that they got a doctrine saying that if a child reached a flower, they could be 15 or 9 years old, you can have sex with them.
Okay,
This is what they
man,
teach.
you talk about running.
Polite, if let's say Polite is innocent, he could be a partial victim. You know, maybe he broke up with the girl. Who knows, you know, what happened in that instance. But the only true victim is that girl. So I think that's what we need.
And I think that's being a hypocrite, because you have a member of ISUPK who was locked up for child molestation, for rape, or whatever it is, and y'all still support him. Here it is, Polite have not been found guilty, and y'all wouldn't support him. See the double standard?
What
you have
double
a member
standard?
in ISUPK, which y'all support him financially. You put money on his books, but Polite have not been found guilty, and y'all already.
This how I know you taking a strong. This how I know you take a strong position of Polite's innocence, regardless of waiting till the verdict come, because you keep bringing up the same exact thing, even though I've explained the position dozens of times. How many times do I have to explain the same exact position? So in that instance, the brother took a lot of.
Even if you explain it, it still remains the same, though, Captain.
No,
you still support
what remains the same?
Guilty.
But what remains the same, though?
That he was found guilty.
Definitely was found guilty, but he also
Polite was not found guilty.
I'm not saying don't support him, though. Right,
brother. You said if the brother come on my channel, you done.
Wait.
And you know you got me, man. You got me. I said, all right, brother.
That's right. Right, but what?
Okay. No. Funk wrote to Zayak will kill for Kataza. You don't know Kataza is the person of European descent. Some people call them Edomites. Some people call them Esau or sons of children of Esau. But you know, hey, to each his own, man. They're all inclusive. David wrote, how can you say you don't recall that you did some heinous stuff? Hey. Funk wrote, Captain Herr Hyman. LOL. David wrote, lie detectors are inadmissible in court. They ran tests and the evidence put him in jail. They locked him up because he molested young girls, possible under 10. He's a sick F. But that's what we're trying to find out, the age of the girl. Several people have suggested that she may have been 9 years old. What if she was even younger? The whole community is sick. Was that sister threatening to expose the Hebrew Israelites in defense of York? Why did she even bring York up? Well, she did it because we have the famous cross the line episode where Kataza told Polite, you have a father that's a child molester. Nobody tells Kataza that he has a cousin who's a child molester. Bob Cosmic wrote, these dudes from the Soul Sonic Force tribute and the Hebrew Israelites are straight up trip and are smoking that Kool-Aid. Religion is ahead of a drug. Akasha 254 isn't the place to be. Hotep to you. Bob Cosmic ruled the all suspect. All right, let's continue.
So I distance myself publicly. I speak out against it, right? And things that they're doing, because I felt, and many people have felt and made comments to him kind of having like a Messiah complex, because he's non-messianic. He don't believe in the Mashiach Yahweh Shai, the New Testament. So he kind of got a Messiah complex. I'm getting to that. Ma, don't ask me nothing about Muhammad. I don't give a damn what color Muhammad is. Whoever the hell he was a false prophet. And I ain't listening to the nigga. I don't care if he was black, white, purple, or green. To hell with him. And that's coming from me. All right. You see this Yahweh over everything. Right. So anyway, dude was like, listen. Oh, no. So boom, I felt bad. I ain't talked to him for a while. But I started coming to Atlanta, and I ain't talked to him in a couple of years. So I hit him up like, boom, what's up? And that's when he talking about he got this this little spot they call it Goshen out in Sparta, like 2 hours away. He told me to come out. I never went out. I said I was gonna go out there, but I never ended up going out there. Anyway, so then like last week or whatever, first I see him going Maccabees TV, big up Priest Danyala, and he was running for mayor. I was like, damn, he's running for mayor out there? It's crazy, because I heard about different things that they're doing out there in the Sparta, little Sparta thing. So I'm like, that's crazy. Then like the next day, boom, I see his face all over Facebook. Nasi's a pedophile, right? So number one, I'm a priest. I'm a Levitical priest. So I understand that I can't rush to judgment just because somebody says that certain things people could do and just try to be inflammatory on purpose. People could try to defame people on purpose. Things could be unfounded, right? Because it's somebody just saying, okay, he's a pedophile. I need somebody who's like a complainant, right? Like who, I just want to see who is saying that they touched him, or whose parents are coming out saying this man did something. So I just kind of sat back. I'm not rash. I'm not going to jump to judgment. I'm just going to sit back. Boom. So I wait till I see Tazariak speak on it, right? He made a status about it. I said, boom. As soon as I seen it, the second I seen it, I liked it. I'm talking about this was in like the first 5 minutes. I liked it, and I call it. Boom. Because like I said, man, people don't know I got a cool, very cool relationship with Tazariak. I can call him at any moment. Captain Tazariak, I can call him at any moment, right? So I'm like, boom, I call him. Yo, what's up? What did you hear? Because I heard something. I heard something from an elder, right? Then I talked to a sister about it, and she confirmed that she heard this 5 years ago, and that's why she kind of fell back from him. Mind you, her and me and him were all in the same circle, and she never expressed that to me. I'm like, damn, why didn't you say to me that you heard this 5 years ago? I wish I would have known that 5 years ago. We would have had to say something about that 5 years ago. Get to the bottom of that 5 years ago, right? But it's just now coming out. It is what it is, right? So anyway, Tazariak, like, yeah, I'm hearing this, right? Okay, cool. So then the next day he posts about how he reached out to the congregation, because I heard that there was previous cases and they had already like went to trial, not like Esau's trial, but like because he got like his pops and them got a school in Brooklyn. So they had a trial, a tribunal, whatever about it. And according to Tazariak's findings, he was found guilty, Salakia, 2 times. Now, this was like a long time ago, right? But it's still, no matter when it was, because he's in his late 30s now, I believe. I'm not sure. I would surmise he's in like his late 30s.
I had to get away, but I'm not here set. We got to run that back because there's some detail that's important here.
Way. Tazariak, like, yeah, I'm here. I would have had to say something about that. And this Captain Tazariak, I got a cool, very cool relationship, and I call it. The second I seen it, I like to speak on it. The judgment, I'm just going to sit back, boom. So I wait till I see Tazariak speak on it, right? He made a status about it. I said, boom. As soon as I seen it, the second I seen it, I liked it.
So GRLA Hebrew said that Tazariak made a status about it. Now, some of you may not know who Tazariak is. So if you on Google and you put Instagram Tazariak, then you have his Instagram account. See? So Christian VP Harris said that this guy's cousin is the one who is in prison for child molestation. You see? And this is a verified account because we have the, the blue icon thing, you know what I'm saying? So let's find out. But he did make a status, which means that it was a post. He addressed it, right? Okay. Let's go back to the vid.
I'm talking about this was in like the first 5 minutes. I blanked it and I called him. Boom. Because like I said, man, people don't know I got a cool, very cool relationship with Zaryak. I can call him at any moment. Captain Zaryak, I can call him at any moment. Right?
Hold on. Did he say that Daniela ran for mayor? Because I missed that. I heard he mentioned the guy's name. And did Daniela speak on me? That's the Hebrew Israelite has like dreadlocks or braids. And always, usually has a hat, right? Is that the one? Okay, let me not just miss on the comments in the chat. Bob Funk wrote, Polite says York is his father. Bob Cosmic wrote, Bob Funk. I mean, he said to Bob Funk, like father, like son. David is in the place to be. He wrote, well, Polite is about to be cellmates with York. They will probably not put them in the same prison. So here, Bob Funk wrote, Ninja what? Daniela ran for mayor? Did he really say that? Have you ever heard from that? Have you ever heard about that? Have you ever seen a post online about some campaign about him running or considering running? Boom, he knows. We need to ask GRLA Hebrew. Oh, right now, GRLA Hebrew is talking about Nasi, not about Zayak's cousin. At least that's how I understand it. Bob Cosmic wrote, why don't these Hebrews take their dusty behinds and repatriate to Jerusalem and go and mumble at the waiting wall? Bama wrote, yes, he seems open to discussion. So Wafong says, mayor of what? A sweaty gym in a hole in the wall, school/HQ? Elijah Edwards isn't a place to be. Acacia 254 wrote, that rape, okay, needs to be demolished and rebuilt. It's a mess. Hotep to you. Elijah Edwards wrote, I wonder if that video clip of Sikari, GRLA Hebrew, is on their channel talking about ISUPK brother. I doubt it because he said he has a good relationship with Zayak. So, people do friendship scholarship protecting each other when they are good friends, you know what I'm saying? So when it's polite, yeah, they're gonna talk about it, And I guess they talked about Nasi because it wasn't once that he was found guilty, they had, but we're gonna listen to what he said, Well, from GRLA Hebrew said, shout out to Daniela running for mayor out there. Dang. Well, if somebody hears that, now or later on, in the comment section, feel free to, in the comment section, not in the chat, the links, okay, the links will appear. In the chat, the links will not appear. So if there's any video you want me to know about, put the title of the video. As long as you put the link in the chat during the live stream, the comment will not appear. You will see it, but I will not see it. The other users will not see it. So just put the title of the video. However, once the live stream is over, in the comment section, you can put links. It works. So, if you have any link to an article, to a post on social media, or a video where we can see Daniela running for mayor, I'm interested, Now, Elijah Edwards wrote, probably took it down for Captain Tazayak's sake. Well, we don't even have any evidence that he addressed the situation, So let's continue.
So I'm like, boom, I call him. Yo, what's up? What did you hear? Because I heard something. I heard something from an elder, right? Then I talked to a sister about it, and she confirmed that she heard this 5 years ago, and that's why she kind of fell back from him. Mind you, her and me and him were all in the same circle, and she never expressed that to me. I'm like, damn, why didn't you say to me that you heard this 5 years ago? I wish I would have known that 5 years ago.
So, hey, the conscious community, that's how they like me, you know. Oh, I didn't tell you. Oh, I forgot to tell you. You know, I didn't have any recollection of that. But yeah, 5 years ago, you know, that's what went down. I don't know if people told GRLA Hebrew, oh, you late. This all news. We've been knowing about this. Everybody knew about this. You know how they do on the HO, on the rape, okay? The House of Consciousness. Oh, that's whole stuff, man. You found out about it when you found out about it.
We would have had to say something about that 5 years ago. Get to the bottom of that 5 years ago, right? But it's just now coming out. It is what it is, right? So, anyway, Tazariak, like, yeah, I'm hearing this, right? Okay, cool. So then, the next day, he posts about how he reached out to the congregation, because I heard that there was previous cases, and they had already like went to trial, not like Esau's trial, but like because you know he got.
So you heard that? There were previous cases. He went to trial, not Esau tribe. When they say Esau, you know, this is biblical, but you know, basically, when they use Esau, like when they use what's the other term they have again? Edomite. They mean, you know, white people or people of European descent. You know, non-Israelites, in other words. You know, just like what's the term that some other people use? When you hear Hebrew Israelites using the term Hamites, they're basically talking about Africans. And Apostle Zuquan, who's like 68 or something, he's in his 60s. He said that he hates the Hamites. So basically, he's saying that he hates Africans. Then he was trying to, you know, make it sound better by saying, well, you know, not all Africans are Hamites. All right.
Like his pops and them got a school in Brooklyn. So they had a trial, a tribunal, whatever about.
So we heard his pops got a school in Brooklyn. So I don't know who he's talking about. If he's talking about the Zayak or Nasi, you know what I'm saying? Probably he's talking about Nasi, you know. But you know, whoever's pops that is that has a school in Brooklyn, Brooklyn is in New York. So those guys, they had to know about this, you know.
About it, and according to Tazariak's findings, he was found guilty. Salakia 2 times. Now,
you heard that? According to Tazariak, Nasi Yashuvel was found guilty 2 times. 2 times. You've seen Goodfellas, right? The movie with Robert De Niro, Joe Pesci, and I forgot the name of the actor. He has passed away not long ago. The one that plays Henry, Ray Liotta. Jimmy 2 times. Is it Goodfella? Jimmy 2 times. Yeah, Jimmy 2 times is in Goodfella. So I guess we can say Nasi 2 times. You know, what from wrote Salakia 2 times. Why Salakia? What does that mean? Or who is it? Now, have you making me what? What the? And you know that person use the avatar somebody that is known. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna block that person, man. That's obviously a troll just by the name alone. Yeah, some people have the energy, man. Some people have the energy for stuff like that, man. All right. Schwarzer. I know from the Zondervan Bible Dictionary, it says Edom is the Romans. A lot of camp uses that book. And Donnie Williams wrote, observe you yesterday holding it down on the other channel. What's that about? What's that? Can you tell me what's that about, the Cassia? and Donnie Williams? Which other channel? Is it the battle rap channel? Mr. East, how you doing? I think this video was 3 years ago. And thank you once again, Mr. East, for letting me know about this video. But yes, this video is 3 years old indeed. It was uploaded 3 years ago. So you've heard, they have private courts, you see? Williams with law, LOL, Shaka. I always say law, that's the way you say it in French. LOL, Shaka. Yeah, I'm interested, I didn't watch, the video where he said, forgot the beginning of the title, but he says, hold this air, and yeah, I'm, if people feel like there's some timestamp that is interesting of me having knowledge of, then or of me knowing about, I wouldn't mind maybe, Love Me Frozen the place to be. So I'm curious now. What's that all about, Danny Williams? Akasha 254. No, what was it? I like when people hold it down. You know what I'm saying? You see me putting up on channels, you know what I'm saying? Maintaining mind stance and all that. Mr. Eastwood, the bad part was Nasi was convicted by his own people. But you're gonna hear the suspension, man. Well, actually, there's another video that's coming up. I may do it later on today. But so it may be the other video. But anyway, let's listen up. Now, Wild Funk wrote kangaroo courts. Okay. So anyway, let's continue. So the dude was found guilty 2 times. We're going to put it back a few seconds.
He was found guilty, Salakia, 2 times. Now, this was like a long time ago.
Oh, okay. He says Salakia. Maybe it means guilty in Hebrew. What does Salakia mean? Somebody knows what it means, and let me know. Oh, okay. It means excuse me, and that's because he was sneezing. All right, okay. Now, Wildfunk wrote courts where a woman can never win and end up with the notion of gods and earth.
Right? But it's still, no matter when it was, because he's in his late 30s now, I believe. I'm not sure. I would surmise he's in like his late 30s. And they say this happened about 20 years ago. And the girls were like around the ages of 15.
Now, brothers and sisters, we're discovering the conscious community, You heard what he said? Nasi Yashuvel, according to Tozaria, was found guilty twice. And that happened 20 years ago, man. You hang with people, you have no idea what the heck they've done. And what do we know about this? It's because he had some other stuff about pedophilia, child molestation. Ain't that crazy? So you're kicking it with some dudes and you have no idea. And the next thing you know, you start criticizing rapists and pedophiles and child molesters, and you see that everybody around you not happy. You have to wonder, man, only heat dog hollers? What could it be?
But regardless, see, I'm not gonna play the age thing, regardless of what it was. From what I heard, it was forced, period. So the girl could have been 50, could have been 40. He forced himself. So we're not even.
That's very different than what we hear from the HOK. I'm sorry, rape, okay? The House of Consciousness. Oh, she was 15, he was 17. They forget that on the court summary, it says rape and involuntary deviant sexual intercourse. They forgot that. We do have statutory rape. That's one of the 6 charges that TMH was found guilty of. But, I guess, are they going to say that GRLA Hebrew is gossiping? Are they going to say that GRLA Hebrew is slandering? Who did he get this information from? From Captain Tazaryak. So they aren't going to say that he's gossiping and slandering now, are they? Those guys, man. But let's continue, man. You're going to hear some interesting stuff.
They're going to do that. age thing. Oh, she was 15. Some people gonna say, oh, that's a kid. Some people gonna say, oh, well, you got 15-year-olds that's this. Oh, I don't give a damn about all that. Here's what I'm gonna tell you. That they said that it was forcible. Now I hear, now this is just what I hear, okay, as far as this next part. Now I hear, right, Tazara just posted this, that they're using that he was sleepwalking as some type of excuse.
So then GRLA Hebrew said that he heard, and Tazaryak posted this, that Nasi Yashuvel was using sleepwalking as an excuse. You understand why the title of this video is GRLA Hebrew said we should call out rapists. You will hear it later on that he's going to say we should call that out in our communities. You know, he's going to say it more than once. And then he says sleepwalking doesn't fly. You know what I'm saying? You know? And in parentheses, you have Nasi Yashuvel, man. I mean, what he's going to say next, just now, if he didn't use the N word, I would probably use it, you know, as a clip.
Really, nigga?
Really, Ninja? It reminds me of Come On Son, you know, by Ed Lover. Sleepwalking. We have to watch this again, man. Hold on.
It's just what I hear, okay, as far as this next part. Now I hear, right, Tazara just posted this, that they're using that he was sleepwalking as some type of excuse. Really, nigga? That's madness. So anyway, this is what I heard, that he was already been found guilty twice on some type of rape and molestation going back 2 decades ago. But now what
going back 2 decades ago. Now, who said, I think twice? Garfield Reed talked about somebody else, and he said, I think twice. So where is it?
Since I've been a part of this conscious community, sexual misconduct has been condemned and vilified almost unanimously. We saw the rise and fall of Dr. York. We had Hebrew Israelite, the brother by the name of Mighty Hebrew. He was convicted, I think, twice for sexual behavior against minors. He was widely condemned by the Hebrew Israelite community, but apparently forgiven by the Israelites, because I see him all over the place right now on everybody's channel. Another brother by the name of Nasi Yashuvel, another Israelite, also involved in sexual misconduct with a minor. We have no idea where this brother is, but he's been sheltered somewhere by an Israelite group.
So Garfield Reed went live in defense of Polite, you know, scammers look out for each other. And he said, we don't even know where he is. He's been sheltered by some Israelite groups. We don't even know if the dude is in jail. And he was found, you know, guilty twice. And that was over 20 years ago, man. Now, who else mentioned something happening more than once, like at least twice as well? Well, let's hear it from Scam Cheddar, Sanetta, Frankie himself.
How about the Mighty fucking Hebrew? This nigga went to jail for rape, dog.
Go ahead.
You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga,
and that nigga back in the community, like everything good, Hebrew's quiet. What about Nasi Yashuvel? Let's not forget the Mighty Hebrew nigga, who you get constantly on your channel, who's on all the Hebrew's channel. Don't forget the Mighty Hebrew, the baldhead nigga, been already incarcerated in prison for molesting a young child. He came home and they violated him again because the nigga was trying to fuck with another child.
I didn't say it. Frankie said it. Let me get hold on the comments in the chat. May have some people, you know, with some funny username and stuff like that. Now, Love Me from Road Nation. I don't know what exactly she meant here. Wafong wrote Salakia is like talak in Islam, said 3 times and you are divorced. No. From what I've seen, Salakia means excuse me. And I understand that he said that because he sneezed, So if there's other meanings, I don't know, But indeed, some people may not know, but that's how Muslims divorce their wives. Say, I divorced you 3 times, and that's it. Now, he cannot change his mind. If he wants to get back with a woman, she has to get married to another man and consummate the marriage. And after that, if she divorces that other man, then the first husband or the previous husband can get back with her. That's how they get down. Acacia wrote, yep, they kept deleting my messages. Now, Acacia, if you want to get on the panel, you don't have to use your webcam because it will be quick if you speak. Feel free if you want to, And Donnie Williams also, same thing. You don't have to use a webcam because you've seen what happened. So if you want to comment on that, feel free. I'm interested because Acacia 254 was being censored. So I wonder what was that? What that was about. David put that emoji. Bob Cosmic wrote the plot thickens. Texas Obama is greeting Love Me Fro. Bob Cosmic wrote, addressing Acacia, standard procedure when you're telling the truth. Oh, hold on. Donnie Williams wrote, Al-Azhar Ben Zalawa is his Hebrew name. Now, Donnie Williams, this is the Hebrew name of who? Let me type that. Al-Azhar Ben Lawa. So let's look up and see what it does. Okay, there's no result. Let me separate the names. Okay, fine. Now, Walt Funk wrote, that's how he got away in the kangaroo court. And they absolved him because they accepted his sleepwalk excuse. Imagine being judged by the ISUPK quote unquote general. David wrote, Salakia is pardon or forgiveness. David wrote, Salak. Donnie Williams wrote, Unc need to grow up, lol. Bob Cosmic wrote, these pedophiles need to be thrown in the brazen bowl. Bob Funk wrote, yep, pardon your marriage for a bit while you sleep around. So, I want to know, Akasha 254, Donnie Williams, even if you don't get on the panel, did not put the link? Oh, I did not post. Oh, yes. Oh, there's some more comments. Hold on. So Donnie Williams wrote, hat on backwards looking. Okay, I don't know who he's talking about. Vibinero definitely sounds like it's a cover-up for, definitely sounds like it's a cover-up for something else or a distraction for some reason orchestrated that more than one person knows. Bob Cosmic wrote, wasn't Sanetta once with an underage girl? Well, Anki said it. Anki said that Sanetta used to date a 15-year-old girl that they used to have, they used to be intimate, Her name is Nikki Chanel from Harlem, and she was 15, and Sanetta was 33. Anki said that Sanetta is a pedophile several times. I didn't say it. Anki said it. And for some reason, Sanetta doesn't have any smoke for Anki. Because every now and then I hear people say, oh, they are cool. Well, they are cool. Should have the smoke with him, not with me. But anyway, David wrote more specifically to pardon. But you see, with Scam Cheddar, I didn't hear about rape with the Nikki Chanel. Some people may say he started to rape, but Scam Cheddar has not denied the relationship with Nikki. You know what I'm saying? He talked. First, it was like, who's Nikki? Don't ask me this question, blah, blah, blah. But recently, he remembered who Nikki was. He remembered that she actually lived in the same building as him. Sometimes you can tell when it's fishy just from the get-go. But, hey, there's some new people here, never been there before. So just so that they can know, because it was asked, that was a question. Okay. We have time. We have time. So I didn't say it. Enki said it.
So I be scamming and shit like that, but we seen his arrest record, so we know he ain't no pedophile at least. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, I beg to differ because I was there.
Hold on. Hold on. Are you gonna tell us that Sonetta's a pedophile, nigga?
Actual facts. Let me tell you something, yo. And it all came out with this polite shit. And like I said, I'm watching how they going at you. And I'm like, yo, tell the truth to shame the devil, man. That's the bottom line. And years ago, I'm just looking at that Tasha K arrest record. I'm looking at that arrest record and I'm looking at the dates. And as I look at the dates, I said, wait a minute. This is during the time when Frankie was going out with a 15, 16-year-old girl when he was in his 30s. Let me say that again. And I'm from home.
Chill, bro. Chill.
I send you my number, yo.
Chill. You can't call in.
You could call me up and we could go on the phone. We could do a FaceTime. We could do all that.
Bro, you can't call in. You can't. It's the climate in the community is too crazy to throw a smear campaign on a nigga like that.
Smear campaign. I got the girl name and everything. I know where the girl is at. She'll confirm it herself.
Whoa.
So this is home. So you want to know why he protecting Polite? Because he defends what Polite do.
Hold on. So you saying that you know that Sonetta was 30 years old with a 15-year-old girl he was having sex with?
33.
I don't know, family. What's the girl name then? Where's she from? Like, how do we know this is real?
Again, every man got to defend himself. So he getting at you, he throwing smear campaigns. This is on him. And like I said, I'll leave you my contact information if you ever want to get back at me. And when he get on the line with me, he know what it is. The girl name was Nikki. Ask him about Nikki from 150th Street. And what was he doing with Nikki?
Ask me no fucking questions about no fucking Nikki. Who is Nikki? You tell me. And if I knew it and then I tell you who she was, you wouldn't fucking know her.
Ask him that question. That's the question that needs to be asked. So that nigga's phone. And I used to see how we used to say all that shit on 125th Street. That was nothing but divide and conquer. All you did was put us against each other for 20 years. That's why we don't got shit. When you driving around in Mercedes Benzes and all that shit through Harlem, we divided and conquered. For 20 years, we battling each other all day, every day, all year, every year, for 20 years. But again, you want to see what's in the dark comes to the light. With this shit with Polite now, the gloves are off. Because we grown-ass men right now, we can't defend this in our community anymore. You gotta tell the truth to shame the devil. So I'm gonna leave you my contact information because I know people calling you.
Fuck? No, ain't nobody else calling in. Niggas is in shock. You just fucked up my whole show. What?
Yo, it's the truth.
What the fuck?
It's the truth. Quran, 150th. You know who I be?
Quran from 150th? 150th and what?
St. Nicholas.
Quran from 150th and St. Nicholas. And and Nikki is from 150th and St. Nicholas too, or no?
All the same block.
Wow.
We all lived in the same building.
Okay. Oh, so you lived in the building. So hold on. So let me, you know what? I don't even want to make jokes because it's so serious. But I was going to say, you sound like somebody who was trying to hit it and mad because one of the older niggas was hitting it. Because that's how it usually be. It be grown-ass, old-ass pervert niggas messing with the young niggas' girls.
Of course. That's exactly what it was. The girl always used to say she had an older boyfriend. And the kids like, yo, who? He used to sneak that girl in and out of his house, yo. When she was 15, 16, 17. I think he missed her
for a year because he didn't want to wait in jail. Look at that arrest record. I'm talking about like 96, 97, somewhere in that area. I got to look at that record again. But he was in jail, and when he came home, he got right back to her. And she was like 17 at the time.
I said, have you recently addressed the latest rumors we heard?
Yeah, we did earlier. Nepal, let me deal with that. What are you talking about?
Recently, we heard some crazy things from Ingy's page.
So you agree that they were just rumors, right? And not facts?
I'm trying to figure out. That's why I'm asking you.
No, I'm asking you. Was he dropping facts?
We didn't see any.
Hold on, sister. Let me answer you.
So I can't say that it's a fact.
Thank you. So I ain't got to address it, sister. Thank you. It's just comical stuff.
Huh?
It's just comical stuff, sister. I ain't got to address it. If it's not facts, if it's not coming with proof. But I'm surprised you ain't asked me about Solomon. He's in your neighborhood. He's out there with you, and we
talked about him before. We gonna expose the pedophiles. You know,
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that you heard. So I was interested to know if you had anything to say.
No, I don't. No, that's just
because it's just crazy that people are shooting
people
out.
are playing games with this.
Pedophiles.
Yeah, people playing games with it.
With no proof.
Yeah, and that's sad. That's what you should have asked him. Like, dude, where's your proof at? Can you show me something? You know, I need the take back.
Yeah, all he said was a little girl named Nikki, and that was about it.
And he can't show no proof, so you know I ain't got to address none of that.
Right.
I ain't gonna waste no time to make him think he got me scrambling. No, he ain't got me scrambling. For me to address that makes that nigga so proud and happy. He's watching right now, laughing. And for me to be up in here explaining that shit, he'll be Googling and laughing behind the screen.
Allegedly, then we leave that there, so that's done. But apparently the story is he started having sex with the girl when she was 15 years old. And what the brother was saying, I corroborated in questioning him after the show, because if you remember back, he said when Tasha K dropped his record, it triggered his memory. So Sonetta had went away to jail for a year, and this girl had stayed with him the whole time. Like while she was 16 years old, she didn't have no boyfriend because her quote unquote boyfriend was in jail, which was Sonetta. And then when Sonetta came home, he did a year. When he came home, they got right back together. So he was with this girl from the time that she was 15 to the time that she was 18 years old. And he was in his 30s. Her first name is Chanel. Her middle name is Nikki. I should have got the last name. But it's people that's available for conversation that want to deal with the subject matter. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sure her name will eventually come out. But the girl's family all know Sonetta, and apparently Sonetta's family, I think, is supposed to be familiar with the girl from the conversation I was having with the brother. Like, this wasn't a fly-by-night relationship. This was his girlfriend. You see what I'm saying? Like, this was his girlfriend. You know what I'm saying? Like, they had a relationship for years. People that grew up in that neighborhood still remembers that when he was deep into his 30s, he was still chasing 14 and 15-year-old girls, and they remember his relationship with Nikki. So he shouldn't be discussing Solomon, Polite, or anybody, honestly. He should just be talking about his relationship with Nikki from 15 to 18 while he was in his 30s.
You don't know when niggas playing you? Niggas coming up with old shit now trying to see if they can try to get you?
Yeah, tell me what y'all think. Let me find the timestamp.
Stupid questions like that. Tell a nigga to show and prove. Other than that, y'all don't come at me with that stupid shit. You don't know when niggas playing you? Niggas coming up with old shit now trying to see if they can try to get you?
Did that sound like a confession right there? Hey, did anybody feel like that was a confession? Hold on. Listen to this. Listen to what I'm saying. He tell a person just boy, exactly.
Bro, listen. I don't even know who's over there watching that shit. But actually, you know what? That's a lie. I do. What's happening right now is there's a line in the sand, and the pedophiles and the pro-pedophiles. Remember when I said this is revealing who's pedophile and who's pro-pedophile? You know what I'm saying? So a lot of these people have shit that they've been doing. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these people have shit that they've been doing, shit that they interested in. A lot of these niggas go on to vacations in Dominican Republic and Brazil and all these other places and be doing a lot of shit that if they was here in the States, them niggas would get killed for. You know what I'm saying? But these niggas going on vacation doing other goofy shit. You know what I'm saying? And niggas coming around thinking that because they got a little few dollars that they could get away with doing certain shit, that makes them somebody. It don't. See, I still come from a world where money don't determine who you are. It don't. Because you got a little control of a platform and niggas looking at you and you could put niggas in position like, bro, that shit don't mean nothing if you a slime ball. Period. So you over there having sex with little girls. Remember, I was saying that we needed to boycott Sarnetta Page until he took polite videos down. At this point, I'm saying that we need to just boycott that page. Everybody needs to unsubscribe. The nigga's a pedophile. What are you doing now? And if he's not, let him break it down. Let him explain his relationship with Nikki, because he cannot deny his relationship with Nikki. Do you understand what I'm saying? That is a real thing that happened. That would be the same as Polite trying to deny Aminette. Polite can't deny he with Aminette no more than Sarnetta could deny that he was with Nikki for years. So let him explain that. Let him explain what he's doing with Nikki. He's 33, she's 15. And let me show you something. So you really know that this is a problem. He stayed in a relationship with her. He went to prison for a year and stayed in a relationship with her while he was in prison. And when he came home, he came right back to her. So that means that he thinks that that's okay. You see what I'm saying? Like, say for instance, we want to say the girl had a really big body and she looked grown and he was out somewhere drunk and they hooked up for a one night stand and he didn't know. Okay, that's a situation. That could be argued back and forth. I'm not saying yay, nay, or whatever. But you were with this girl since she's in junior high school, my nigga. So the time she's in high school, guess who's going to jail tonight? What? Bro, stop doing videos on everything else and talk about you and Nikki over there, bro. Talk about you and Nikki. And be careful, because niggas in Harlem is now paying attention. So it's niggas that know about other things that's hitting me, sending me text messages and all that. And I'm ignoring a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, what I would like you to do is go out on a high note. This is a real message from me to you, Saab. You watching this video. Go out on a high note with some dignity, bro. Don't keep dragging this thing out where you keep losing dignity in front of us, bro. It's hurting me. I don't know. A lot of these people that's watching, they don't really give a fuck about none of the people involved. It's hurting me to keep finding out more of these things that's making who you are in my mind diminish less and less and less into below nothingness. And it's a lot of people in the community that feel the same way, bro. And if you would have just stopped this shit, if you would have just stopped this polite shit so long ago, man, you could have saved this community so much fucking heartache, bro. And you still going, my nigga. You still pointing out other niggas instead of dealing with your man polite. Now, let's look how fucking goofy this nigga Saw look. All this research work, right?
he doesn't realize that he's demonstrating to the entire community that he's capable of fully pulling up all the information on Brother Polite. But you're not doing anything but pulling up information on other people. Okay, so now we passed Brother Polite, bro. Now we're on Brother Sinetta.
All right, so let me see the comments. Check the sound and process. Damn, it's loud. It was all the way up. I don't know why. That should be better now. How is it now? Okay, so we answered Bob Cosmic's question. It was Enki who said it. I didn't say it. Enki said it. David wrote more specifically to pardon one who is cleared of something they are guilty of. Danny Williams is saying that the name that I ask is the guy that I'm showing. Okay, and he's saying he's working right now. Okay, I get it. Love Me Flo says that she can hear sweetness. Yeah, the troublemaker is here. Mr. East wrote, sounding cool with people that got dirt on him, or vice versa. Maybe cool only with people, or mainly with people that he has dirt on. So he was salak or pardoned 2 times of something he's guilty of. He's a menace. The excitement from Inky. Crackhead Frankie. EB's all right. Peace to all. V. Bennett wrote, sounds like he's saying Polite knows more about scam cheddar. Texas Bama wrote, when you claim to be a leader of the community, you must certainly have an obligation to address or deal with the backlash. So, once again, the Kasha 254, Donnie Williams, even if you're busy and you cannot get on the panel, I want to know what's up with that censorship. Please, just let us know in the chat at least. What messages were censored? What was talked about? I want to know. I really want to know. Don't let me go on strike now. I have time today. I'm not working today, so I can go on strike and wait for half an hour. Everybody in the chat is going to be pressing y'all. Dugiem wrote, did you know that the International Committee of Jurists and UNAIDS called for the decriminalization of sex between adults and children? I don't even know what that committee is, you know what I'm saying? But we have to be careful. A lot of information being spread. Like not long ago, they talked about the UN. It had something to do with, the age of consent, but it was some fake news, that thing that floated around not long ago, But in most countries, people know better. They ain't tripping like that. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people share some info, and I'm not saying it's that person here in the chat, but a lot of people, the flat Earth type of people, any fake news they have, like David Icke, the British royal family, reptilians and stuff like anything they hear like that, they just share it and stuff like that, But them guys, what I'm saying, raping little girls, they ain't saying anything though. I remember Dr. Umar Johnson predicting this will happen. Now it's coming to pass. Well, Umar Johnson, man, I mean, dang, man. People, want to support him, more power to them. It's been 10 years. He said he's going to open that school. Apparently he said he's going to open it on for Kwanzaa or something like that. But dang, man, it's been 10 years, man, So, man. But he was talking slick about community people, don't hotel me all day and do the work. What? But hey, I'm not his greatest fan, to say the least. I don't hate the dude, but 10 years to open the school. Okay, most misrepresent UN panel's guidance on consensual sex between adolescents by Matt Spengler, posted on April 28, 2023. Well, there it is. Here, let me copy and paste this. so I can share the link in the chat. So Matt Spangler is an author from the website factcheck.org. So here you have, oh snap, click the wrong button. You have the link. All right. Let's have a quick look. I should get support, man. I've been sharing information for a long time, but then some people are gonna say that I'm begging, man. I didn't have one single Cash App, one single PayPal, not one single super chat or super sticker. I don't understand why you're doing your brother like that, man. So, post misrepresent UN panel's guidance on consensual sex between adolescents by Matt Spangler. Spangler posted April 28, 2023. Quick take: an international judicial panel working with the United Nations AIDS Agency issued recommendations in March on laws related to sexual conduct, including consensual sex between adolescents. Between adolescents, not between adults and children or adults and adolescents. Social media posts misrepresented the recommendations, with one falsely claiming UN wants to decriminalize sex between minors and adults. And I saw that, and a lot of time I see some, just from the title alone, I can tell it's just fake news. You know what I'm saying? Now, for those of you who are generous, you have my Cash App and my PayPal. Now, where was I? V. Bennett wrote, indeed, this is disinformation. And he wrote, the UN report did not call for decriminalizing sex between adults and minors. And, even the Associated Press, So I'm going to share the link so we have it for the record. So that's two different sources. But unfortunately, on WhatsApp, the other day I got a message on WhatsApp talking about, on Monday, there's going to be a message sent with that title, and don't open it. It's a virus. And also, I remember a long time ago, sometimes, WhatsApp, they're going to charge unless you do this, share this or do that. Otherwise, you're going to have to pay a fee. And I remember years back, Microsoft is offering, or some of these IT or computer company, they're offering a free laptop. All you have to do is share this message to like 10 of your contacts. That's how you get free advertisement. And somebody, that was very close to at the time sent me the message, the email actually, and said, yeah, I want my computer. Some people just believe anything they hear, anything they see. So Associated Press. Now I'm sharing the link of the Associated Press. Now, Dougie M. wrote, the Rogers Foundation was chosen by the World Health Organization, I presume, to execute this agenda in 20. You still believe that stuff, Dougie M? Okay, I'm gonna skip those messages because Dougie M seems to believe that stuff, So Bob Kospic wrote, do you research on the brazen bull? Then ask yourself if these pedophiles deserve to be put in brazen bull. I mean, we don't really do stuff like that nowadays. What I'm saying, we have other forms of punishment, and mainly is jail time. Now Dougie M is really, really deeply into this hoax. this fake news. He wrote, I applaud the courage of Anna Paulina Luna and hope her example will inspire other political leaders worldwide to stand up against this blatant agenda to normalize sexual child abuse. And it's funny because, the real people who teach that you can have sex with a 9-year-old girl, who said that it's okay to rape according to the scripture, that rape simply means to grab, they don't get no hit. But we focus on some fake news and hoax. Doogie, and please understand and recognize that's a fake news right there. Now I've shown the other website. Now there it is, the link that I've put in the chat. UN report did not call for decriminalization. I'm sorry, UN report did not call for decriminalizing sex between adults and minors by the Associated Press. By the Associated Press, April 21, 2023. Claim a new United Nations report calls for decriminalizing sexual activity between adults and minors. AP's assessment false. A report published in March. A report published in March by the International Commission of Jurists in collaboration with the UN's AIDS agency called for enforcing minimum age of consent laws in a non-discriminatory manner. It did not call for decriminalizing all sexual activity between minors and adults. Spokesperson for the UN and the Commission confirmed. The claim began with an April 14 blog post titled, let's say, a UN report calls for decriminalization of all sexual activity, including between adults and children, which cited specific passages of a document issued by the International Commission of Jurists in March. The claim quickly circulated across social media platforms, including on Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok. The United Nations issued this report calling on member nations to decriminalize sex between adults and minors, reads one tweet that was shared more than 7,600 times since Saturday. Should adults be allowed to convince kids to perform sex acts with them? The UN says yes. But the post misrepresented the document, the report, and you have a link to the report. So let's share the link to the report. Share the link to the report. The report titled The 8 March Principles for a Human Rights-Based Approach to Criminal Law Proscribing Conduct Associated with Sex, Reproduction, Drug Use, HIV, Homelessness, and Poverty is a set of legal principles intended to guide the application of international human rights law to criminal law, according to UNAIDS. And I'm going to also share the link to UNAIDS. So maybe it's pronounced UNAIDS. So if somebody can show me these claims on the report, then I guess we'll have some grounds to have discussion, So I'm going to read the whole thing here and I already shared stuff. All right. So where were we? Texas Bama wrote, I agree, Shaka. And today I'm ordering a new coffee cup. Give me the mug. I appreciate that. And if you don't mind making a video, you don't have to show your face, but if you don't mind making a video that I can use as a clip in my intro, that would be appreciated, But if you don't do it, I ain't gonna be mad at you, And anybody else that orders a product, and as a matter of fact, it's a good opportunity for me to, just let people know. Yeah. Those who didn't know, you have all this choice, this last choice. You have the Kemet shirt, that's the back of the shirt, and the front is with the glyphs, just like my other hats that I keep in my car. You have the Ma'at shirts, different designs. Is it sharing? Yes, it is. Damn, this series thing, man. I'm going to stop asking, how to. Oh, I appreciate that. I've received a cash app. It's been a long time. Thank you. Thank you so much. And that's coming from Love Me, Fro. I appreciate that, sister. Thank you. That's encouraging me because I was like, man, dang. People aren't supporting me no more now. Now, You do have where was I? Yes, so the Kemet hat, mine is that one there with the gold glyphs, golden glyphs. You have the bandana. I have mine here. It's long enough for you to wrap it around your head. You have the mugs. I have the black one right here. The white one is over there. The white one is order. Phase and Love voice. There's a sketch, I think you'll find it on YouTube. If you put Phase and Love South, you should see it. Faison is Faizon, or as they say in England, Zon, and then love just like Love. You have the fisherman's hat. You have the designs, this ma'at shirt design, V-necks. You have different Kemet designs. The men's windbreaker, iPhone cover, many different models of iPhone you can choose. Have backpack, Amen Ra hat, with both the glyphs. We have the glyphs anyway, Ujat Eye and all that. So you have a large choice, and we would like to have so much more products, but people need to show their interest. You know what I'm saying? Because I want to have some hoodie. I even want to have some polo shirts. You know what I'm saying? But hey, people have to show their interest. So anyway, where was I? Texas Bama wrote, hit the like, love. Leave a comment and show some love. Now, oh my goodness, Dougie M. Dougie M must like En Vogue's song, Don't Let Go. Two of the largest newspapers in the United Kingdom have published articles to alert the public about. You just copy and pasting what you find online. Can you just share these articles from two of the largest newspaper in the UK? One of these news outlets is the Telegraph. Okay, which received the News Website of the Year award in. What's the name of the article? They mentioned how education authorities from Wales are demanding the WHO withdraw these guys. Okay, it's a hoax, it's fake news, but it's okay. Show thing wrote Texas Bomber. Great to give as a gift. Also beautiful product line. Oh yes, what's up? Okay, now let's continue. I've covered the comments in the chat. So where were we here?
What I also hear is there are other cases that are newer and with girls as young as 9.
Now you heard it. GRLA Hebrew said it. He heard that there's some new cases with girls as young as 9. And remember, we know the age of Polite's alleged victim. People know very well the age of TMH alleged victim. Well, it's not alleged, he was found guilty in the court of law. They keep saying that she was 15, but according to the Pennsylvania law code, that code is for an act when the girl is under 13. But there's one age that we don't know. It's to Zayak's cousin's age. You see, and that's his Instagram account right there. So do they also get them that young in ISUPK? As young as 9. How do you feel about that, brothers and sisters? Did Sanetta say something about that? Besides talking about it when he was defending Polite? Hey, you guys talk about Polite, but what about this guy? What about this guy? And then, then they started talking about this. Or when Sanetta had money problems with Polite, that's when he said, hey, you ran over my cousin, my wife's niece through marriage. So it didn't bother him before then. As long as he was getting his paper, his payola, his moolah.
And one of which is potentially his daughter. Now, again, I have.
So here it's clearer to me. One of the girl that was molested may have been as young as 9, but one of them is potentially Nasi Yashuvel's daughter. That's how I understand it. If I'm wrong, then people can correct me.
I haven't seen the evidence on that. I've heard and got the clarification that he's already been found guilty twice of some type of rape and molestation. 2 times. Right? Now I've heard other allegations, but I haven't seen from the direct accuser. I haven't spoken to any direct accuser as far as the newer allegations. So I'm not going to say I'm 100% sure. But if he was found guilty twice, then he's guilty. He's guilty of that. So it's fair to call him a molester or a rapist of some sort because he was.
Careful, GRLA Hebrew, man. The House of Consciousness, they're going to say you're gossiping. They're going to say you're slandering, man. That's what they're going to say, man. Now, the guy that shot Ricky wrote Look Into Polite's Daughter book. A lot of weird stuff in there. Like her talking about marriage, and she only like 14. Well, you can't be 14 years old and talk about marriage. When I grow up, I would like to get married. Now, if this is something else, let us know. However, what I'm interested in is that many people said that there is apparently some statement made publicly. Polite would have said that the girl is his wife, but I haven't seen the evidence. So if somebody has a link to that video or audio, let me know, because we know the girl as his daughter-in-law, or as some may say stepdaughter, but I would rather say daughter-in-law. I think it was Uncle Shug who shared a video with us, and we've seen Polite in with I think the twins were there, the Moorish twins were there, and the girl was like, leg on Polite's knee and all that, she had a hand like around his shoulders, and it's like he was rubbing on the hand. It looked like they were, they didn't look like a father-in-law and daughter-in-law kind of relationship. But hold on. Let's continue.
Found guilty twice, right? But I want to back up a little bit and make sure that before I spoke on it, I had information. And just so you know, this is not Nasi, the one we debated on, is Esau the Arab or the white man. This is Nasi Yashuvel. But you got to be sure, because people can make up rumors and people can throw around mud and accusations and try to discredit people. This can happen, right? I don't want to jump. I didn't want to jump out there and just automatically condemn him without seeing some form of, not just people saying it, but people saying he did it to me. If a sister, okay, he did it to me. All right, cool. She's somebody who's a witness against him. She's saying he did it. Right? What's proof? Witnesses. She's saying he did it, so that's proof of some kind. I don't want to say, oh, I heard he did it. People just going, I heard he did it, or people saying this. No, this is the saying, I'm one of the victims. Okay, well, that's something I can go off of. So, with all that being said, like I said, even R. Kelly said something. This nigga has been totally quiet. Even when that happened, R. Kelly went to, what's the sister? He went to Gail. He went and cried at Gail, in front of Gail, to try to deny allegations. Feel me? Anybody with enough sense is going to know. I'm just like Danyala was saying on his live. I just got done watching his live a little bit earlier. That in part is the inspiration for this. Like, come on, bro. You at least going to say, bro, it's not true. Y'all just wait. It's all going to come out. But, bro, it's not true. Feel me? And God's got to watch it, because dude just got convicted. Joshua McGill, the Seattle Snake, formerly known, the artist formerly known as a Bible Ball.
Now, here that's interesting. See, I didn't listen to the full thing. So the rest I'm going to discover. I don't know how long it's going to talk about those guys who like them young. Now, it sounds like Joshua McGill. Did some of you know about that person? Let's run that back.
And God's gotta watch it, because dude just got convicted. Joshua McGill, the Seattle Snake.
Joshua McGill. Joshua McGill. Or maybe it's Miguel. Maybe that's his way of pronouncing Miguel. I'm not sure, man. You know, I mean, I'm discovering, man. Next thing you know, tomorrow or next week, somebody goes, "Oh, you knew about Joshua McGill. You talked about it." Joshua McGill. Now, the guy that shot Ricky wrote, "Look up polite on Jesse Lee Peterson" at the 3-minute mark as well. Well, let me just have a quick look, you know, before I play. The video is still 3 minutes long. I mean, I've seen parts of that interview, but let me just have a look. Now, in the meantime, if somebody knows the spelling of that name, Joshua McGill, you know, I think it's going to give some other indication, like in terms of location or affiliation. But, you know, let me just, you know, let me just check out that Lee Patterson stuff. So I've put so this is Jesse Lee Peterson from his YouTube account. Then that's serious stuff, man. Okay, for the record, if somebody knows how to deactivate Siri, then please let me know. You know, and I'm talking on obviously on the Mac. You know, I'm using my computer. So his YouTube account is the Fallen State. He has 402,000 subscribers. You see, so that interview is 5 years old, as you can see here. Some people will say, "Oh, that's old news, man. You late, Chaka." Now, this is exactly minute 2, second 48. Okay, let's listen up.
Were you surprised when here you are in the bookstore and the owner walks over to you and says, "Hey, I'm looking for a second wife. What do you think?" Were you surprised?
That's exactly how it happened. But yes, I was.
So
it's not something that you're exposed to.
Right, that's right.
Initially, like we don't learn this in school.
Right. And so what was your first impression, your first thought when
The first thought I actually had was I was just like, does she know?
Right.
That was my first thought, which is natural because
that's right.
When I started coming, I was really young. So I actually looked.
How old were you at the time?
I was like 17.
Oh, okay.
I was 16, 17. My mother used to go to the bookstore. And so I seen them two together and I was just like, really happy for them. She was pregnant and she looked gorgeous. Like she just was this dark African looking queen with her afro, you know, and I was just like, wow, you know, so that was the first thought I had. I was just like, does she know, you know?
You've heard the term body language? Look at her body language. I'm talking about the other wife, the day one wife. I think she's called Amunet.
This dark African looking queen with her afro, you know, and I was just like, wow, you know, so that was the first thought I had. I was just like, does she know, you know?
Doesn't look that happy.
That's pretty much the first thought.
And then so he says, yes, she knows. And you say, okay, let's talk, the three of you. Or did you just bring her home?
No.
Oh.
Okay, so I played it, you know, just in case people be like, you know, you didn't want to play it, but you know, some people use that to be like, you know, like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? She was young, you know, she said 17 first and she said 16, 17. But, you know, we're a 15-year-old girl and, you know, it's all good, you know, even though it says rape in the court summary. But hey, let's continue here. No, wrong one. Where is it? There it is.
Formerly known, the artist formerly known as a Bible Ball. He just got.
So I didn't understand, you know, what he said here. You know, I don't get any help in the chat right now. You know, I cannot do it all. You know, I need you guys' participation. You know, but this is the Joshua, the guy that shot Ricky wrote. I mean, it was nervous as F. So Joshua McGill, something like that, you know, and it's an artist formerly known as what?
Formerly known, the artist formerly known as a Bible Ball.
A Bible ball. I don't know how to pronounce that. You know, phonetically, it sounds like a Bible ball.
He got sentenced to 50 years. He just got sentenced to 50 years for molesting his wife's child.
See, that's interesting. Now he got molested for 50 years. 50 years. Did he say 15, 1-5 or 50-50? It sounded to me like he said 50-50.
Formerly known, the artist formerly known as a Bible Ball. He got sentenced to 50 years. He just got sentenced to 50 years for molesting his wife's child.
Now, you know why it gets interesting? Because the ISUPK member who was found guilty in the court of law of child molestation, you know, I wish I could find a polite interview to get the date straight. Right. It was on Block Talk Radio. I wonder. Hold on. Oh, there it is. Okay. Now this is how this is. I'm gonna, you know, gonna do this. Gonna do this together. Gonna walk this path together. You're on Google. Then you type in Blog Talk Radio, Brother Polite interview Captain Tazayak wife. Press enter. And then you have this post on Facebook here. And what does it say? Monday, August 24, 2015. The Hebrew Israelite woman must finally be heard. Brother Polite and Tazayak's wife will cross the line together. ISUPK no cowards. The physical abuse of the Hebrew Israelite woman, the alcoholism, the child neglect, the poverty, the pedophilia. You have the phone number. You have the 10 p.m. Eastern Time. And the funny thing is at the bottom, it says blogtalkradio.com/Real Black Atheist. So maybe the person who did the flyer for Polite is the same person who was doing the flyers for the Real Black Atheist. But I'm going to share this link here. I hope it's not going to be too long. Let me see. SS wrote peace and blessings to Ma forever in the chat. Now, it fits in one post. So here you have the Facebook link, okay? And on the right, it clearly says live now on New Covenant Radio with Brother Polite and Tazayak's wife, an exclusive interview, blah, blah, blah. Then you have the link here. You know what? I may read the comments later on to see if I have something, but I don't know how many comments there is. 57 comments. Now, I would have expected that this would lead to the actual interview itself, but this link leads you to the New Covenant radio page. And I don't know if somebody got some phone calls, but you know what? Let's do this together. Because not long ago, I could have sworn the interview was still there. So this is New Covenant radio broadcast on Blog Talk Radio. Oh, there it is on the main episode. I was looking for Tozayak in the title, but it says skip first 30 minutes of audio. The Hebrew Israelite woman must finally be heard. You see? It was just right there on my face. So I'm going to share the link to this radio broadcast. No, that's 2015. They're not going to make money of it. That was 7 years ago. You have the link, you see? All right. So, indeed, it says 7 years ago, right? I thought it was older than that. August 24. So yeah, in August, it will be 8 years. So it is 7 years ago. So I've been saying the guy, I thought, actually, I made a mistake because I thought the interview was from 2008/2009. So I've been saying the guy may have been in jail. He was in jail for about at least 10 years, maybe up to 15 years. So correction, the guy's been in jail for the last 7 years. So how long was the sentence? I'm talking about the ISUPK member who was found guilty of child molestation. And on this radio broadcast, the lady, the lady indeed says, there's this guy who's in prison and, he's still being supported. I mean, I don't know exactly where it will be,
Blog Talk Radio.
And then he called a maggot, a demon, an agent. I'm like, yo.
Now, if anybody is being taken care of, it should be Tazariak, because that man is the leader.
Not his, on the paperwork to get welfare. He can be able to travel and get a rental car, receiving a disability.
Speaking, we know special needs, but
the exchange, I don't want to talk down with my sister.
To address this insanity. There's nothing courageous, but the problem was in the middle of this, where the shame comes in, or is that just Tazariak doing what he does? All right, let's pick that person up. Literally, you're God. That's just tell us why you mad.
The only woman who would live amongst these so-called. Well, I do think it is, teacher.
This business works like shit. But what do you tell your sister?
Over you, because she said
no one's going to get.
These were things that I words. So it's like, what's the purpose? So that was cut off shortly after, a couple months of being married.
So like, kind of be the backbone for the sister. What it is.
And that is not conducive to what her.
Hold on, because he's always bragging about knowing the Hebrew inside out. Actually, it's us in these ghettos. Man, I'll let the viewership know. He's sending a convicted child molester money.
He's currently incarcerated. That's his best friend, his best brother.
His people. Whose part or was, and I'll let the viewership know where they could find it again, just so they understand where they can see it. Okay, and this is Southern Poverty Law Center, so you go www.splcenter.org. All right, and of course, this is a very sensitive conversation, so
You'll go as far as you're willing. You don't have to go as far as I'm willing. Now, one thing we do know, or you know, is that one of Tazariak's better friends or best friends or closest people, who's part or was part of ISUPK at the time, was incarcerated. This leader in the community, this member of the community, was incarcerated for child molestation, correct?
Yes, it's actually his best brother, the one he used to be with all the time. He calls him, that's his best friend, his best brother. GRLA is his name. And this brother is currently incarcerated. He's still a part of ISUPK. He's currently incarcerated for sleeping with his wife's daughter, who's a minor.
Interesting. And he's still an ISUPK member.
Yes.
That's the girl. We want to know her age. The age at the time when the stuff happened, of course. How old was the victim? And I thought he was the author of the book Why I Left the Hebrews, or like cult or whatever. But actually, he's Tazariak's wife at the time. It doesn't say Tazariak's ex-wife. It says Tazariak's wife. And you know the funny thing, why Brother Polite made this live stream? If you go to the beginning, he's going to say how many times he told Tazariak, please stop talking about my wives. Please stop talking about my wives. He kept asking him. Tazariak wouldn't listen, so he's like, all right, there again. How old was the victim? Or how old was the girl?
Tazariak talks to him. He often talks to him. He sends him money and things like that.
He's sending a convicted child molester money?
Yeah.
And for the record, you've heard of Chris MVP Harris? Well, Chris MVP Harris has revealed to the world, live on air on his own channel as he was live streaming, that the guy who's in prison for child molestation is actually Tazariak's cousin. I didn't say, Chris MVP Harris said it.
ISUPK member that's incarcerated. He's currently still. He doesn't have the $10. He doesn't have the $40 for you, the $10 for the other wife. Failing in his commitment as a man to his children, as far as child support is concerned. But he has the money to give to a convicted child molester. Is this what you're telling me?
Yes, and they all blame the little girl. They all say that she's a liar, and I can imagine what she's went through.
This is Tazariak's wife speaking. Maybe we should say ex-wife now, but using the flyer, it didn't say ex-wife on the flyer. She said that they are all blaming the girl. So when she says they, obviously it's ISUPK. So you have ISUPK members blaming the girl, saying that she lied, and the guy's been to prison for the last 7 years. So when it's Polite, they talk about it. When it's African Bambaataa, they talk about it. They make press conferences. When it's Nasi Yashuvel, they talk about it. But then that dude who's apparently Tazariak's cousin, according to Chris MVP Harris, nobody talks about it. What's going on in the HOK? What's going on in the House of Consciousness? What's going on in the rape OK? Does Butler Reggie know the age of the girl when she was molested? Or when the case took place? What was the date of the act? What was the act? Tazariak said that the hymen was still intact, so a girl can be molested even if her hymen is intact. Was it sodomy? Was it oral sex? How old was the victim? That's what we want to find out. Nobody knows? Or is the conscious community waiting for 20 years to start talking about it? Does Onlyfan Mika know? Onlyfan Mika, does she know? Napasha Da, does she know? Garfield Reed, does he know? Does Shaka Amos know?
But they're all saying that she's lying. But they've been holding this man for years. So, it you know.
I mean, there's no love for Dr. Young. Certainly. I mean, I guess only if you accuse him molesting one child, I guess they can. This is very interesting stuff. Very interesting. Now, it's up to you if you want to go any further about child molestation or pedophilia. Do you believe that somewhere in the undercurrent or any system is inside of ISUPK that kind of gives you the impression that they want to marry young girls or kind of prepare young girls to be wed by men? You kind of get a sense of that kind of energy in ISUPK.
Yes. When I first went to someone outside of ISUPK and I spoke with them, and they told me and informed me to be careful because his niece just got out of it, in which what they noticed that they were setting up is that a lot of them get, women, single mothers with teenage girls, so that when the teenage girls are ready, just as GMS, they explained it, that what the GMS does, that they believe the same thing, but they hide it. You don't find out until you get in there.
I'm going to ask you the question again. Some people said it was breaking up a little bit, so I'm going to ask you again. We're going to follow up from the fact that Cesariak still sends money to a present-day ISUPK member who is presently convicted for child molestation that is still accepted and embraced by the ISUPK community. Now, we fast forward. And what's that guy's name again? That's incarcerated for child molestation?
Taj Royala. Taj Royala.
Taj Royala?
Yeah, I can't pronounce it too.
No problem.
Taj Royala.
Yeah, no problem.
Now that name, that's obviously a Hebrew name. Nobody knows. Now the link for the download link that I've shared is too long, so it doesn't fit. Let me try just download link. Hold on. Download link. Yeah, it fits there, so I'm going to delete the previous one in the chat. But if you pay attention here, now you have it in the chat, so you can right click and do save target as or save link as, okay? But here on the right top right corner, you do have that cloud with the down arrow icon, and that is to download the episode. So you can just do right click and save as or save the link as, or maybe it will say save target as, obviously it says it's in French for me, but and there you go. You know what I'm saying? So nobody ever heard that name? Or are we going to wait 20 years to find out that Hebrew name? That's not even the government name. That's a Hebrew name. They can't hide, expose them, Shaka. They're playing like they're ostrich, burying their head in the sand, thinking people would just leave them alone and not talk about these pedo scam cheddars, etc. So nobody ever heard that name? Taj Royala? Nobody knows anything, you know what I'm saying? I mean, maybe some people, used to be into entertainment and, they got buck wild on the road, so they feel like, man, I don't want to touch that because somebody might say, hey, but you too. But, let's hope that not everybody has some things crazy to hide, so they don't want to talk about the child molesters and the pedophiles, you know what I'm saying? I mean, we're talking about, unwilling. You understand what I'm saying? You don't know, man. Maybe some people went on tour and, I don't know, man. But hey, so nobody knows? Okay, never mind. Let's hear it.
problem. Taj Royala. Okay, so Taj Royala is presently incarcerated for child molestation, and Zariak still sends him money, and the ISUPK still has his membership instated. With that being said, the next question is, and I have to ask it again because some people said it was breaking up, and they intently are listening. They all in this. Do you feel any form of sentiment or inclination?
I see my brother V Bennett in the place to be. How you doing, brother V Bennett?
Yo, Hotep Shaka, how you doing, bro? I see you. You busy.
Yeah, Hey, GRLA Hebrew, to his credit, he's talking about it.
He
And later
said,
on, people will hear him say, we have to call this out. We have to call it out. Go
yeah,
ahead, brother.
no, that's exactly why I was like, yo, let me hit the panel for a second because I listened to that thing. What was it? Yesterday? Well, I forget when you first got it, right?
Yeah, a few days ago, somebody sent it in the
Right.
chat, yeah.
Yeah, and I listened to pretty much most of it, the area that was outlined. And the guy said that to his credit, I mean, just straight up, to his credit, he said people are burying it under the rug. And to his credit, he's talking about it. And this is the thing. When you say, to me, what I took from his comment is that there's so many people that know about it, but they choose to not say anything. And the only reason why this behavior keeps going on and on and on is because people are choosing to not talk about it. That's simple, you know? And so he seemed like, at least as an individual, he sets himself apart from the pedophile group. Just straight up. He seemed like he's saying it. You call it out. The only reason why it's still going on and why it's going on so much is because people are burying it under the rug. People that know stuff are not saying stuff, are not speaking up. And our community, our so-called community, that's what people say about our community too, that we don't speak up about stuff. And so that's why we don't get services. Of course, that's kind of like some when you're black and you know you've been discriminated against for generations. When somebody says that to you, it is kind of, there's a part of that that is like, yeah, there's a limitation to that. But right now, if you get services now, if you pay taxes right now and you're entitled to the same treatment as anyone else that pays those taxes, it means if you don't speak out, you're doing yourself the disservice. It cannot be blamed on civil servants or like the police not investigating or anything like that, or charging people. If you say, how come nothing never been done? Hey, well, we know the people that bury things under the rug, they should never say, how come nobody ever does anything about it? It shouldn't be them saying it, because you just can't have it both ways, So, yeah, I heard that, brother. I heard that. And I heard, I would commend, I don't know nothing about GRLA Hebrew. I don't know nothing about him as a person, but that one thing that I saw of him, I would say, people should be happy that he does at least have that screwed on correctly, and people should give him credit for that, period, And it shouldn't really matter who says that. It shouldn't matter what, it shouldn't make a difference if you're a Moor or if you're not, if you're a Christian or a Muslim or a Jew or anything, or if you're atheist or if you're anything, or if you just into it for the money. If you just like money, it shouldn't even matter if you're a dope dealer, dog. You shouldn't want people molesting kids. Nobody should want that. Nobody should want that, in their community, man.
I agree. And I think it's best for me to go through the comments. Who knows, we may have some information that will be helpful. So it's done for the record, But please, if somebody knows what the censorship was about, because Donnie Williams mentioned that he saw Acacia 254, I forgot the exact term used, but basically, standing her ground or his ground. I forgot if it's a brother or sister. I'm sorry. Because there was some censorship, her messages or the messages were being deleted. You know what I'm saying? So I have an
And you
idea
know
with
what, Shaka?
yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Damn, that was rude, bro. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
no, it's okay. Don't worry. Go ahead, brother. It's
Yeah,
all good, brother.
I was just going to add one more thing. And speaking up when it's only somebody from a group you don't like, that is not cool at all. You need to speak up about behavior, whether it's your own family, your own, or somebody else's, whether it's your own cult or somebody else's cult. It should all be fair game. That should all be considered equal. There should be no side taking. You know, there can't be, what do they call that? Selective speaking out.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I agree with you. I mean, I mean, those guys. I mean, for those who don't know, Tozaya was part of the press conference organized by Scam Cheddar or Sanetta, the House of Consciousness, and Dougie Diamonds maybe also has some involvement, but the videos are there. But you know what?
Yo,
Just in case some people didn't see that, just let's have a look together. So here now, here it is, House of Consciousness, Africa Bambara. I don't even need to share the link anyway. But here, 7 years ago as well. Dang, same time period. House of Consciousness, exclusive interview. Did Africa Bambara molest Ronald Savage? That's Ronald Savage, aka B Stinger, right? Black News 102, press conference part 2, Africa Bambara child molestation. Jack Thriller breaks his silence on Africa Bambata and much more. Ali Muhammad, he doesn't have a doctorate degree, and Butler Reggie, he doesn't have a doctorate degree either, even though he says doctor in front of their name. Update on Africa Bambata. This is Frankie right here. Now that's Butler Reggie on the left and Ali Muhammad on the right, but here this is Frankie on the video. Now, Sankofa Herman Smalls talk about Africa Bambata molestation accusation. Here, Ali Muhammad take on the Africa Bambata molestation. You have Frankie on the left, glasses on. Now, Brother Sabia Bey at the 40th anniversary of Africa Bambata.
hey, look at this, Shaka. Look at this. This is the crazy part about it. Like, if you ask him now, oh, I don't want to talk about that. But look how many hits. Look how many views he enjoyed from just going out there and exploiting the entire affair. Look at that. We're talking about 300,000, 46,000, but 200,000, 25. Am I seeing these numbers right? 1 million? Yo, brother, that's called exploiting the issue. Now, is he speaking up about this stuff now?
But hold on. Am I dreaming? Or Tozayak's videos talking about Africa Bambata are no longer there? How many times have I shown the people? But from the House of Consciousness, I don't see it anymore. Strange. But I've shared it many times before. But, we have it on Doggy Diamonds. You see that? Captain Tazayak, ISUPK keeps the pressure up on Africa Bambata. Doggy Diamonds TV, 6 years ago, 10,000 views. You see that?
Whoa,
Now,
wait a
here,
second.
Doggy Diamonds TV, Captain Tazayak and Irritated Genie talk Africa Bambata, child molestation, and George Zimmerman. But, Brother V. Bennett, don't you remember when I showed all these videos of Tazayak, part of the, that press conference? You remember it was on the House of Consciousness channel, right?
Yep.
But no, for strange reason, it's not showing on the result. So if maybe, it's strange, man. Did I misspell Tazariak?
Hold on. Now you're on House of Consciousness right now, or you on Diamonds?
No, but
which
before,
one
all I had to do is House of Consciousness Africa Bambara. You know what I'm saying? Maybe
right.
if I
And any of them will come up.
Yeah,
well, go to
that's
each
what it was
separate
before.
channel.
I've shared that. Hold on, I've shared that search result so many times.
Hey, look, as far as I'm concerned, anybody that exploited that as news and then all of a sudden flip the script and change their mind, I don't understand why they would do that, because they get money. They get money for talking about it. And that's a whole lot, of attention they get for their channels to be changing their minds. And I even mean that about Doggy Diamonds. It's like, come on, man. I mean, he can't be that stupid about this issue. It's not all about Hassan Campbell. You know what I mean? He make it seem like, oh, Hassan Campbell changed his mind. So you know what? I ain't saying that. I'm done with it. That's it. That's it. That was enough. It's like, whoa, dude. There's so many people confirming these stories, victims, people saying they're victims. And he's just like, never mind. I wash my hands of it. It's like, and the same for House of Consciousness. It's like all of a sudden, don't want to talk about that.
Yeah. I think his algorithm, because here I actually put the Zayak Bambara in the search. So here, well, I don't need to share the link anyway. But here, House of Consciousness, 7 years ago, 63,000 views, Captain Zayak, ISUPK addressing the allegations of Africa Bambara, child molestation.
Oh, they was happy to milk it. They was happy to milk it.
Yeah.
And it wasn't gossip then. It wasn't gossip. It's only gossip when it's them. It is only gossip when it's them or somebody they in business with. That's the only time it's gossip. You see, it's man, man.
And here, Captain Zayak, the shame of child molestation and homosexuality in the black community. Hey. At least we have one of them, but I'm sure there were more than one back then. You know what I'm saying? So here, you have Captain Zayak 5 years ago, House of Consciousness, 29,000 views, Captain Zayak, words of advice for Sanetta and Poppy. Poppy was a victim of child molestation from Africa Bambaataa, right? So is there any words of advice regarding Malakayo? Because we've seen Scam Cheddar defending the convicted child molester Malakayo for 10 minutes straight. And if you wonder where to find it, I'm going to share the link in the chat, because MCs act like they don't know. People act like that stuff doesn't exist. In the chat. Now, hold on. So the title is Sanetta defending child molester Malakayo.
Let me ask you a question. You keep saying that Dr. York went up in court and admitted that he was guilty. Am I correct?
He copped out. He didn't go to trial. He copped out.
Did you see the video?
Did I see the video of it? I seen a few videos with him in court. What that mean? He got drugged?
What did he cop out to, Poppy?
He copped out to all of those charges. The charges, not tax evasion, not that. Like Prince York tried to say, he copped out to all of those charges of molestation, and the reason why he copped out was because he gave those children herpes.
Now, hold on. Now, what did he cop out to, though? What was the charges for him copping out?
Child molestation.
No. What was the time? What was the time that he will get if he cop out?
They gave him over 100 years.
Now, Poppy, reason with me. Let's deal with some real truth for a minute. If a man
this makes no sense.
Out to 200 years or to 100 years, come on, Poppy, it don't make sense. He have nothing to lose. Why would he cop out to 100 years?
Yo, pause it, yo.
Automatically, hold on, Poppy. He would go to trial. When you look at the case, you will see that Dr. York is definitely not in his right state of mind, brother. Come on, man. When you look at the case, you will see that Dr. York is definitely not in in his right state of mind, brother? Come on, man.
Yo,
Sorry, I was away.
but
Go ahead, brother.
his logic makes no sense. So, in other words, all the serial killers, all the serial rapists, all of the worst of the worst, right? In his mind, they cop out because what? They want to help a family member. They want to. So it's like it's only about. He's making it sound like they don't deserve the time if they do the crime. You know, he's making it sound like like they couldn't have done it at all just because they got arrested for it. You know, and then he's like, what? Look at his state of mind. Does he seem like he's in the right state of mind? Well, if you were do any of these people that are serial pedophiles, serial killers, any of these people, do they seem like they're in their right state of mind? Like, what does that have to do with it? Of course, he's not in his right state of mind. He got caught. He's coming to pay justice for one of the most heinous crimes you could ever commit. He knows everyone hates pedophiles. And here he is, got to stand in front of a court where he's accused of giving herpes to hundreds of kids that he raped. I mean, if you did it, wouldn't you be like, wouldn't you be out of your mind? Or would you just be calm, cool, collective? You know, Your Honor, let me tell you right here, Your Honor. You're going to be the same person that you've been when you've been fooling everybody else, but you're going to put on your suit and your jacket and your tie and start talking your Masonic more shit. You know what I'm saying? You're going to kick back on the same scam chat you had before, or you're going to be like shaking in your boots. You know, it's what he's saying. I mean, yo, man, if there weren't people this dumb, I wouldn't know what to say about it. But there are people this dumb because we have leaders like Sarnetta dumbing people down, spreading the dumbness. You know what he say? It's just incredulous, man. It don't make no damn sense, yo.
But you know, maybe he was capping for Malachi York so hard because back then he was still trying to get Polite back in the community. You know what I'm saying? Despite Jabari saying that Polite should be on timeout at the very least. You know what I'm saying? It's only when Tazaya told him that, you know, if Polite is on his panel, on Sam Scam Cheddar's panel, then he's out. You know what I'm saying?
Look,
and why?
the man's son.
But hold on. Yeah, well, that's his son. You know what I'm saying? The son is not responsible for what the father did.
No, I'm saying the man's son helped convict him. So,
oh yeah, Jake. Yeah, because there's another
yeah.
one.
So what?
Prince York.
What,
yeah.
So what the heck is Sarnetta talking? Why would Sarnetta? Which you know, Dr. York Sarnetta better than his own son?
But you know, check this out.
Like,
you're asking
what
why?
is this?
You're asking why? If you go on Scam Cheddar Studios, the video that has the most view is Polite takes on Scientology guy. He calls police on Polite. 728,000 views. Now, if you go on the other account, which is House of Conscious Mess, you go to videos and you click on popular. Most popular video, Seti and Polite going to destroy ICPK. Second most, oh no, it's at the House of, oh no, that's not, no, I made a mistake. Let's put House of Conscious Mess. House of Conscious Mess. Videos, popular. This one is Black News 102. So I guess it's Scam Cheddar Studios then, hold on. Videos, popular. Yeah, there it is. So not House of Consciousness, but Scam Cheddar Studios. When you go to videos and you put popular, most popular video, same one, Scientology car. Second most popular video, Polite and Tazi set fire to the street, 600,000 views. Third most popular video, Polite versus Muslim scholars, blah, 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 600,000. Fourth most popular video, Shaka Amos and Polite Red Pill. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, he's four most popular videos as Polite. You know what I'm saying? So he knows who the cash cow was. But hey, man, let me continue playing that stuff. I don't know what's in his mind, but the dude is defending Malachi York like crazy.
Yeah, he defending a psycho, man.
Damn, what? Hold on, Poppy. Hold on. Y'all hate so much, and you want to prove that he's that y'all going along everything with the damn white man told you. If the white man is the fucking devil, how come everybody all of a sudden now believes what the fucking white man is telling them? Come on, bro.
So, Sandetta, let me ask you a question. You gonna tell me, just like Ben Potter, that there was a rumors in New York?
Brother, we're talking about Dr. York right now. Let's get back to Dr. York.
So now, hold up. Yes. So now you gonna tell me that the Brooklyn Knights didn't run Dr. York ass out of Brooklyn because the rumors of him being a child molester been going on for over 40 years? This shit didn't just start with Dr. York. Dr. York was being accused of being a child molester since the early 70s, 60s and 70s. That man has been being a child molester, number one. Number two, not only is he a child molester, but he taught Africa Bambaataa. He is Africa Bambaataa's teacher, and he taught them about the occult. He is his teacher. He is Bambaataa's master teacher, and that's another place where Bambaataa started that practice from. He recorded his first record inside Dr. York's studio. Dr. York turned Africa Bambaataa out. He's a pedophile.
All right, I hear what you're saying, brother, but guess what? You still have not proven anything. Give me some proof. Show me something. Ain't no man. For example, I'm going to court. I'm not going to cop out to 100 damn years, Poppy. What do I got to lose in going to trial? I'm already in court. I'm 50-something years old already. I'm 40-something years old already. And I'm going to court for 100 years. Why would that man cop out? You know why he copped out, Poppy?
I know why he copped out.
Why he copped out?
He copped out because he didn't want his medical records to be released and lose all his followers because his medical records told the story of him giving them children. He gave all of those children herpes.
All right, Poppy. He copped out, my brother, because he wanted to release his wives. The fucking white man had all of his wives and everybody locked down in the dungeons. So he said, I'm going to take the fall. And you can see he was already drugged up, Poppy. He was drugged up. And you can see he was already drugged up, Poppy. He was drugged up. No man is going to go inside the shit and go and say, I'm going to cop out to 100 years. Who does that? You might as well go to trial. You think Dr. York was that stupid, Poppy? Something else was bigger than that. Come on, man. I don't believe, and hold on, I don't believe that Dr. York was molesting little boys. How old was Tyreek? Tyreek was what? He said he was what? 7 years old? I don't believe that. Yep. Now, I have a right to my own opinion. I don't believe that. I don't believe he was having sex with little boys. Dr. York had 50 beautiful fucking wives, women. I don't believe that. He did not go to jail for molesting. He did not get sentenced for molesting and child abuse. He did not go to jail for molesting. He did not get sentenced for molesting and child abuse.
You understand you're charged with 40 counts of aggravated child molestation, which you could receive a maximum sentence of 30 years in confinement for each count, that you're charged with 34 counts of child molestation, that you could receive a maximum sentence of 20 years in confinement for each count, that you're charged with 1 count of sexual exploitation of children, and you could receive a maximum sentence of 20 years in confinement, and you're charged with 2 counts of influencing witnesses, and you could receive a maximum sentence of 10 years in confinement for each count, and that you could receive a minimum sentence overall of 10 years on probation. I'm telling you the most, the least. You understand that? Actually, Your Honor, people say this.
That's where y'all all got it wrong. He didn't go to jail for that. He didn't go to jail for molesting, brother. He didn't go to jail for molesting, brother. He went to jail for a whole different other shit. He went to jail for a whole different other shit.
So if he didn't go to jail for molesting, then why was those children on the stand testifying on the stand and got their testimony? And anybody, all you got to do is stay in court for the records. They testified and said everything he did to them in the bedroom. So if they wasn't in court for justice for what he did to them, then why would the district attorney even have them on the stand? That doesn't make any sense.
Poppy, do you believe in the white man now? All of a sudden, you believe in the white man?
Do I believe in the white man?
Yeah.
If dogs fly?
All right, so you don't believe in the white man. So why do you believe the white man now, brother? Why you believe in him now?
Here's the thing, Si. I'm not one of those Negroes that's going to sit up there and act like 1 out of 3 females is not being molested. 1 out of 6 young men is not being molested. We know we got rapists in our community. We know that. We know the black man, when we walk the street, we hate each other. We know people go to jail for rape. Let's stop acting like black people don't commit black on black crime. Let's not act like we all don't have an uncle or a grandfather that done molested all of the children in the family. Like, let's stop pretending that the white man is making up the stats and that black man don't do no wrong.
All right, my brother. See, now, let me talk to my people. Y'all keep saying, "Saw you wrong. Saw you fucked up on this one." Y'all don't understand. Saw you wrong. Y'all think Saw never don't know these things. Y'all are dealing with slow gases. Y'all niggas are really dumb. Some of you are stupid. And the reason I gotta come out like that is because y'all all in here, Saw you wrong. Saw, oh, how can you do that? So the really stupid motherfuckers is you. And y'all niggas are stupid in the chat room. God damn, I've been here for 20 damn years, man. You think I don't know what's going on? Come on, man, sit your ass down. Let me and Poppy deal with this shit. Sit your ass down and enjoy this damn conversation. Damn, y'all niggas is weak. Damn, y'all niggas is slow. Y'all niggas are slow, man. God damn. So go ahead, Poppy. If I was to have sex with a 9-year-old, would you say that I am a molester?
I mean, he's good at gaslighting.
That's worse than gaslighting, man. This dude calling the people stupid. He said he's been there for 20 years, and here he is actually making stuff up, gossiping, inventing.
But they like it.
Some excuses. You know what I'm saying?
They go to be called stupid, bro. They go to be called stupid. And guess what? Other personalities seem to like him too, even though he's caping for pedophiles and he's calling people stupid if they don't cape for pedophiles. I mean, it's like
it's crazy. Now check this out. Now first we have Tar and a Place to Be. He wrote 2-piece panel and chat. Don't forget, Irritated Genie worked for the same government he was talking against. Now, Irritated Genie, before he came up with the straight black pride, he was talking about we have to prepare for the inevitable war against whites or something like that, or the government. But then we haven't heard from him for a minute, and then next thing we know, he was working for the government, not as an agent, but it was kind of ironic. But he spoke on it. He said, he need job, need to work, so he did this. So that's what the brother is referring to. Now Bob Cosmic wrote, Bambara defied someone I knew, and the guy couldn't live with it and took his life. Yes, suicide. So, yeah, another testimony. Another testimony. Now, Tal wrote, Jeannie didn't talk against Bambara that I remember, but Jeannie was so-called anti-pedophile. He's been quiet for years. In one of the video, we seen irritated Jeannie in one of the video regarding Bambara, but I don't know what he said. I didn't watch this stuff. You see, SS wrote Bob Cosmics, shaking my head. Sorry for the loss of your honor. Sorry. So, he wrote, sorry for the loss of your friend, that your friend had to experience that evil stuff. Shaking my head, I looked up the brazen bull, and it definitely should be put in there. Blind loyalty is straight cognitive dissonance. Tal wrote, but Tsar uses other people quote records from the Caucasian police department to expose people he dislikes, laughing my
Yep,
behind off. And indeed,
we do.
JJ 7000 faced the consequences because Chris MVP Harris, according to Killer B, the Witchfinder General, gave the paperwork to Sanetta. He gave the information to Sanetta so that Sanetta could do a live stream about JJ 7000's domestic abuse case. Basically, he had a fight or he beat up his partner, his lady. But then the child molesters, man, no expose. Young Hair was in the place to be. What's up, brother? He wrote, that's what they do for all of them. Shaka, they like family. Texas Bama wrote, does he think no one is going to fact check his statements? David wrote, triggered him. Now let's continue with GRLA Hebrew.
Sick fornication. It's pedophilia, and on top of it, to make it even worse, it's a double case of fornication, because not only is it pedophilia, but it's also a daughter of a woman that you are sexually involved with, which the scripture says you shall not know a woman and her daughter.
Well, this means that somebody
Shaka
could not be a
almost in
Hebrew
trouble.
Israelite. Yeah.
Yeah.
let's listen. Let's listen to what Garfield, has stated.
He basically had a situation where a mother and a daughter, he had sex with both of them. And she's saying you should have known better as a man not to sleep with a mother and a daughter. Now he's saying he slept with a bunch of mothers and daughters. Now, and all she's trying to tell him is it was wrong. That's all it was. He took the video down, but check this. Hear this again.
Stay anonymous. The best fucking thing you could ever do. Fuck out of here. Motherfuckers think I'm worried about something. What the fuck I look like being worried about these bitches? These bitches, they're like clowns. They're like the Three Stooges tripping over each other. They really are. You're like the fucking Three Stooges. Wow. Mika, eat a dick, bitch. They knew better. Why the fuck they fucking each other's man? Bitch, why you don't pose it that way? Fuck you, hoe. Die. Somebody I knew better.
So that's
Fuck
somebody.
outta here.
So that's somebody.
Them bitches with their pussy ain't got no brain?
Crazy.
Is that it? I gotta take responsibility for their pussy? Is that it? Fuck you, hoe. I gotta take responsibility for their pussy? Is that what you telling me? I gotta take responsibility for what Nicole does with her pussy and what her daughter does with her pussy. It's my responsibility. Fuck out of here.
We got to stop giving titles to people just because.
Hold on.
Get the fuck out of here. You done. Fuck out of here. I fucked other mother daughters. You don't see them saying no shit like this all over the internet.
I mean, wouldn't you be embarrassed? There's a lot of victims that don't say anything. That's part of the whole shaming thing and the embarrassment of it, man.
I'm sorry. Hold on. I'll be right back. Hold on. Actually, I can speak. Um, there's one thing I don't know if people paid attention, but Shaka almost said, "Why they effing each other's man?" Can you hear me now? Okay. Let me check. The sound works now. Let's see the sound. Yes, it does. Now, yeah. In the excerpt that we heard, he said, why they effing each other's man? If he dated the mother first and the daughter after, they're not dating each other's man. One was dating the other's ex. But anyway, to each his own, man. I wish I had the name though. The spelling of the Joshua McGill. Let's continue.
Spell me. So he just got sentenced to 50, and I praise the Most High that I was utilized in that case because a post that I made on Facebook was used in the closing arguments by the defense attorney that assisted in getting him convicted because so much evidence was thrown out.
GRLA Hebrew said, praise to the Most High that his post was used in the case. Now, Butler Reggie will call that snitching. You know why? I'm going to show you. In that video right there, Shakan Dugu Kemet was too strong for the House of Conscious Mess. Look at Butler Reggie accusing me of snitching when I'm talking about something that's a public matter, something that's not criminal. I'm sharing this in the chat. So,
So let me get this straight. Reggie and Garfield are saying, nah, Reggie's not helping me. Garfield come up and said Reggie ain't helping me. And then Reggie made a mistake and showed the slide on a PowerPoint. Yes. And it was like an opening to Garfield. Talk to me more about that.
Yes, I don't know off the top of my head the title of the video, but it's on my channel, on YouTube, my art forever. I've shown that, and as a matter of fact, I forgot if it was. I think it was on your channel, Brother Sanetta, that Garfield himself showed his slide back then, and back then you will have the annotations or basically the notes from Reggie saying, here say that or show that. And I remember the title, the title of the slide was Jabari Must Die.
Oh,
now,
what?
You see.
No. When I'm gonna keep it a buck. When he say Jabari must die, he's not talking about physically. He talking about like his
I
information,
understand that.
all the
I
knowledge.
understand.
Yeah.
No, I understand that. I don't understand that. You see, Reggie here has put snitching.
He said you snitching on him.
And I'm talking about something that's public. I'm talking about something that's public. So now Reggie, it's like he's trying to be gangster now. But it's the same Reggie who threatened, I forgot the brother's name. He has dreadlocks. He's close to some riparian nights and he's close to Ankh. You know, he talked about Ankh speaking to his lady, encouraging her to take the vaccine. Somebody might know his name and put it in the chat. He threatened the guy with legal action. He even, you know, the guy that I nicknamed Batisham, Ini Erit, whatever, he threatened them with legal action. And I have documented that as well. I have. So, sorry for eating at the same time. Now, that what I'm talking about, I made indeed a live stream about it. I'm going to share it. That was a bit funny. Show you in the chat. It's the title, Legal Action Butler. He'll take you to court if you're disrespectful. Let me show you. There's the video. Timestamp 8:28. That's the video that I just shared. 2 hours and a half long. It was uploaded on May 16 of this year. And look at the description for this video. Kofi Paisi addresses Reg with respect. Kofi addresses the lies that were told on him, his company, and how he feels about another black man wanting to put the police and get to federal court involved. I guess he meant to write and get the federal court involved. Kofi Paisi talks about elder versus older. I'm not going to play it, but at the beginning he says what some people have said also, that just because someone is old, it doesn't make him an elder. So for the record, the same Butler Reggie had the nerve to type snitching in the chat when I talk about something that was public. And because I mentioned that, he told me F you months back. You know, I did not even respond then. I was like, let me check his behavior. His behavior has been messed up. So, you know, ever since I nicknamed him Butler. So the same guy who threatened Coffee Paisi TV of legal action, and in that video, you will see the comments that he left. It's not secret. He wrote publicly, he threatened to do legal action. It's the same who use the term snitching. Let's go back to GRLA Hebrew. We need more people. We need more Hebrews like GRLA Hebrew.
I was communicated this I made on Facebook, the Most High that I spell me. So he just got sentenced to 50, and I praise the Most High that I was utilized in that case because a post that I made on Facebook was used in the closing arguments by the defense attorney that assisted in getting him convicted because so much evidence was thrown out. I was communicated this by an elder, then it was reconfirmed to me, an elder that's close to the child's mother, and then it was reconfirmed to me the child's mother actually reached out and thanked me. So all praise to the Most High for that. This dude used to be in GMS Seattle when I first came in 2011. When I first, he got kicked out right before I joined. Used to call him a Bob. That was in 2011. He left, and then he joined several other camps since then and reinvented himself several times, right? But everything ended up in Detroit, right? Big up to Martyrs Yahushua in the building, or Potts in the building, Shalom, right?
Now check this out. If some of the posts that GRLA Hebrew used published online on social media, if some of his posts or publication were used by the prosecution, what do you think may happen to Frankie when you went publicly talking about Polite and said that I even got video? Did you know that she wanted me to interview her? You think that's an allegation? It's a fact. Who said it? He said it. Scam Cheddar himself. Frankie himself. Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Am I correct in that?
I got video. You don't believe me? I got video. Yeah, I do. What if I was to tell you that she wanted me to interview her polite? Huh?
Are you not looking,
Her
brother?
mother. What if I told you she wanted me to interview her?
I'm
How you know
listening
I
to
don't
it.
got
See,
the
that's
interview?
that old
And I
video,
said,
correct?
no.
You heard Unc? That's that old video, correct? How do you feel? What do you think may happen? They may call Scam Cheddar to testify. What are those videos you talked about publicly live on air? She wanted you to interview her. Can you expound? Man, it's gonna be funny, man. It's gonna be funky, that trial. Pre-trial, June 23rd. Trial, July 3rd. Or is it June 22nd for the pre-trial? Talking about Polite's case. 22nd. June 22nd, pre-trial. Some people are going to be singing like Mariah Carey, man. Let's continue.
Nah, he was there way before that. He got kicked out in 2011. Just kicked out in 2011. Dominican dude. So anyway, so the Most High is not playing, and you can't go around Azariala. No, his name was not Azariala. His name was Ababa Ball originally. Then he just started going by his government name, Joshua Miguel.
I want to know, man. I know not everybody in the chat will know about that person, man. Joshua Miguel. Maybe it's Miguel because he said he's Dominican, so maybe it's a Spanish name.
His name was Ababa Ball originally, and he just started going by his government name, Joshua. It was not Azariala. His name was Ababa Ball originally.
So maybe the Hebrew name has Abba, which means father. The other word, I don't get it. But then government name.
And then he just started going by his government name, Joshua Miguel.
Sounds like Joshua Miguel. So Joshua Miguel. Yeah. And he mentioned Detroit. But then where did the case take place? Now, could it be this? Let's see. Well, let's walk through it together. I don't know if that's a person. Now we'll go through the chat, you know. So here, I use the information that I heard. I typed in Joshua Miguel rape Detroit. Now Miguel may be spelled with the M-I-G-U-L, but I've written it. I'm sorry, M-I-G-U-E-L, but I've written it without the U. So here we have Michigan. That's a government website, courts.michigan.gov. And what does it say when we click on it? Now I don't know if that's a person, though, but I'm going to share the link in the chat for purposes, you know. It says State of Michigan Courts of Appeal. And it says defendant appeals as of right his jury trial convictions of 3 counts of first-degree criminal sexual conduct. And you have the code here. So that's a Michigan code, just like you have the Pennsylvania code. And it says sexual penetration of victim under 13 years of age. And second-degree criminal sexual conduct, you have the different codes. And it says sexual contact with victim under 13 years of age. He was sentenced to 25 to 50 years imprisonment for each count of CSC-1 and 10 to 15 years imprisonment for CSC which most likely stands for criminal sexual conduct. -2. Finding no errors warranting reversal, we affirm. Now, before I continue, we've heard GRLA Hebrew say that the guy was sentenced to 50 years. So that sounds quite close, quite similar, you know. So, basic facts and procedural history. This case arises from defendant's sexual abuse of the victim, the daughter of his living girlfriend. GRLA Hebrew did mention, you know, something to do with the daughter, didn't he? AG, so that's the initials, between 2012 and 2016. Defendant and AG met online in 2012. Online, you know, somebody said that, you know, those Hebrew Israelites, they be online looking for wives or single mothers so they can have access to the daughters. In light of their similar religious belief. Oh, religious belief. I wonder which religious belief that is. After defendant obtained employment, he moved in with AG and her 2 children. The victim, then 7-year-old. Oh my goodness. 7 years old. Now, I don't know if that's exactly the same guy. It seems like it's the same thing he was talking about. And TG, then 5 years old, in the fall of 2012. Initially, defendant shared a bedroom with AG and the victim. I'm sorry, with AG, and the victim, and TG slept in a bedroom across the hall. The 2 children slept in bed separated by a nightstand.
What did he say? One of them is KRS-One, Bob One. What? What is it?
I think it must be something else. He's responding to hold on.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, there's some
What
crazy
was in Brazil, and I'm talking about happened in the UK. Well, I don't know. We get more details about that. You know. So
this happened in Oakland, state of Michigan.
KRS-One defended Bambata.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's probably, you know, I never heard of KRS-One being accused of or anything like that. So here, the victim testified that defendant initiated sexual contact when she was 7 years old by rubbing his penis on her buttocks. So then, if somebody wants to defend him, he might say, well, her hymen was intact. She recalled that on several occasions, he rubbed her vagina through her clothing. Then the vagina can be intact as well. On one occasion, the 4 were gathered to watch a movie, and defendant rubbed the victim's genital area with his penis, causing the victim to leave the room. Now, brothers and sisters, it clearly says that the whole family, the guy, his girlfriend, and the 2 daughters, were gathered to watch a movie. Poor mother. She may have been on the couch closer to the TV. He may have been in the back. And he's doing this, and the mother doesn't have a clue. And defendant rubbed the victim's genital area with his penis, causing the victim to leave the room. Defendant later told the victim that it was exercise for her mom. Oh my goodness. So we heard the sleepwalking, and now we heard of some Hebrew Israelite told a 7-year-old girl, oh no, but what we doing, that's exercise for your mama. You looking out for your mama. You helping out your mama. Good girl. Now, the ISUPK member who's been in jail for at least 7 years. Now, check this out. The interview was done 7 years ago. We don't know how long ago the dude was sentenced. We don't know how long ago the dude was sent to prison. Could he have also a 50-year sentence? Or 30 to 50 years? Or man, that's why it's important. How old was the victim?
Because for the
through.
Now, although the victim was unsure of what that meant, see, the girl was 7 years old. She's like, what? Following a daddy-daughter date. Oh, build a beer. Build a beer. Isn't that what the brother said? Or build the bar. Build the bar. Let's listen up.
Nah, he was there way before that. This is he got kicked out in 2011. Just kicked out in 2011. Dominican dude. So anyway, so the Most High is not playing, and you can't go around. Azariala, no, his name was not Azariala. His name was Ababa Ball originally. Then he just started going by his government name, Joshua Miguel. Right. So I don't see him making it 50. I see something happen.
Well, no. He talked about the name, the Hebrew name, you know. But anyway, just for the sake of knowing how these guys get down, following a daddy-daughter to build a bear workshop, defendant touched her vagina until she felt pain. Defendant's relationship with AG deteriorated, and he began sleeping with the victim's. And he began sleeping in the victim's bed regularly. Damn, the mother didn't notice. Defendant's abuse of the victim progressed from over the clothing touching to under the clothing, and finally to undressing the victim and penetration. When she was 10 years old, the victim awoke to defendant lying behind her, taking off her pants and underwear. And this dude even went at her when she was sleeping, man. He was sentenced to 25 to 50 years. Now, I see we don't have any dates, do we? The person he talked about said was kicked out in 2011. But there are 6 pages, you know. I'm gonna go through them. Defendant put on a condom and attempted to insert his penis into the victim's vagina. The victim tried to push him off, and defendant became angry because he could not successfully insert his penis. The next day, AG found the condom in the toilet, but defendant attributed the condom to a friend. On multiple occasions, he removed the victim's pants and licked her vagina. The victim and TG treated defendant as a father figure. So TG is the other daughter, if I understand correctly. And he told the victim that it will ruin their family if she disclosed the abuse. Now, you know what happened with Polite. It is said, it is alleged that Polite asked the mother of the 14-year-old girl not to sue him or talk to the authorities because that will ruin his career. You've heard that, brothers. Have you heard that, V. Bennett?
Say that again. That he said what? It'll
With
ruin their
Polite,
careers.
yeah, that way Polite. Now, you know what? Let's do this.
Yeah, man.
It sounds like they have the same talking points. Hold on. Now, hold on. Let's open a new one. Share.
I mean, these people are disgusting, man.
Looks like they have the same talking points, the same tactics, you know? Hold on.
But then again, this is
Oh, you know what? Okay, let's try. Let's try.
Influencer, motivational speaker is making headlines for the wrong reason. NBC6 reporter Kim Nguyen is live in Miami Beach tonight with more on the arrest of the man known as Brother Polite. Kim.
Yeah, well, Jawan, the suspect surrendered here at the Miami Beach Police Department earlier this week. Police charged him with sexual battery of a 14-year-old girl. We did speak with his lawyer earlier tonight, who says that these charges are false. This is the mugshot of 37-year-old Michael Nowak Jr., also known as Brother Polite, to his more than 300,000 Instagram followers. Miami Beach police arrested Nowak this week for alleged sexual battery of a 14-year-old girl in a hotel room in February. Police say the alleged victim was the daughter of a woman he was romantically linked to. Defense attorney David Terrace says his client is innocent.
Once the evidence is produced, that he is going to be exonerated. So yeah, not guilty, nothing else.
According to the police report, Nowak, a motivational speaker and author who lives in L.A., asked the woman if he could take her daughter to an after party at a club in Miami. The report states Nowak took the teen to his hotel after seeing that the club was closed. Police say the suspect gave the teen alcohol and started dancing and touching the teen inappropriately, groping her breast, inner thighs, and buttocks. It goes on to say Nowak tried to force the teen to perform oral sex on him. The teen allegedly passed out and woke up to Nowak trying to make her throw up.
These are serious allegations, but in any situation, there is always motive. There is always a lot behind the scenes that the public is not going to be able to see.
The report states that the girl's mother found her intoxicated and possibly on drugs, with severe swelling on her mouth and lips. It later states Nowak told the mother not to call police because it would ruin his career. Later states Nowak told the mother not to call police because it would ruin his career. Later states Nowak told the mother not to call police because it would ruin his career. Nowak was served with a DNA warrant in June and surrendered to police on Monday.
I'm sharing the link to this news report for all purposes. Now, let me check the chat because I don't want to miss on too many messages, but you know. So Tara wrote, my condolences, Bob Cosmic. You should come up and tell your story. Bob Cosmic replied, not my story. It happened to a young man in the UK. It's a good information to know because I figured he was in America. That dude traveled around and did his thing, man. It happened to a young man in the UK that I knew, and if Bambata ever went to the UK, it'd need more security than the British royal family. So some people are waiting for him in the UK, apparently. Thanks for your words of compassion. Name to irritated Ginny and Tazaria speaking on Bambata, just found it. Charles says, Bob, I heard of that story. Wow, heard it was in Brazil. I mean, there's so many, it's hard to keep track of, like, you know what I'm saying? I keep it straight, no chaser. I know of others that was got, hold on. I'm sorry. I know of others that was got by Bam. He was prolific. He was a prolific abuser. What makes it worse is that there are people in the hip hop community that still defend him. We've seen KRS-One defending him, saying that our leaders should be untouchable and infallible. Was it the term he used? Tonya Douglas is in the place.
Yeah, infallible. He used infallible.
Infallible.
Which is just crazy, man.
Crazy. And he said, even if the accusations are true, For those who wonder, just go on my channel. You know how to search within the channel. You know that my magnifier icon, and you put KRS1
It
capping for
almost sounds
Bambara.
like he's defending himself when he says that, even if it's true.
I ain't gonna go there. But
It sounds like it.
the more the victims will speak up, then most likely the victims are going to get justice. You know what I'm saying? Oh, okay. Feel free to come back, brother, if you've been. You heard what was in Brazil. What I'm talking about happened in the UK. It's reasonable to conclude it is. Go back, if you bet it. Yes, indeed, KRS1 defended Bambara.
I mean,
Verrazano Bridge knows defending him. That the government name? What? Verrazano Bridge. Verrazano Bridge. Okay, well, that's a bridge, connecting New York City, boroughs of Staten Island and Brooklyn. Okay. Now, yeah, the story you told, I heard it was in Brazil, but I think it's the same story. I just got the wrong location. I remember, brothers and sisters, how old was the victim? There was an ISUPK member who was found guilty in a court of law of child molestation, and he's been in jail for at least 7 years, probably way longer, and he's been supported financially by some ISUPK member. Bob Cosmic wrote, I don't know about Brazil. I can only talk about what I know. But this is a fact. Bam was a pedophile. He's got victims throughout the world. Wherever he went, he groomed and abused. Ex Bama wrote that was his side. But I believe the mother's side was that he asked to take her to the restaurants in the hotel because the child was so hungry and the mother was still getting ready. He most likely didn't say, oh, I want to take your daughter to a club or something like that. You know what I'm saying? But we'll have some clarity soon, Now, oh yeah. Let me go back. Hold on. A new comment. Bob wrote, I know of someone that was got by BAM in the 80s in New York, and the guy hasn't recovered. He's been in and out of mental hospitals and suffers from drug addiction trying to escape the trauma. But our leaders should be untouchable, infallible, according to KRS1. So if we go back to this here, so here on multiple occasions, he removed the victim's pants and licked her vagina. See, daughters, speak to your mothers if you feel something strange, if you have been threatened. Mothers and fathers, speak to your daughters and your sons. Tell them, there's some areas that should not be touched. So it's only mommy and mommy that can touch when they bathe you. There's something that made you uncomfortable because children don't really know what's going on. They may feel like something is wrong. It's important, man, because these things happen, man. I've already played the grown man while in the street. There are GMS Hebrews who like, and they said that it's okay to rape according to the scripture, that rape simply means to grab, that you can have sex with a girl that's like 12 years old, 9 years old. They made it clear. I played that before. The victim and TG treated defendant as a father figure. He told the victim that he would ruin their family if she disclosed the abuse. And that's where we'll move to Polite, who allegedly told the mother, if she spoke, it will ruin his career. On one occasion, TG woke up and went to use the bathroom. He thought that he saw both the victim and defendant naked. Oh, so TG is a boy. That's the young girl's brother. Because he says he thought. When TG later asked the victim if the incident was real or a dream, she hesitated before answering that it was a dream. You see the poor young girl? She told the brother that was a dream. She didn't want the brother to be affected. Now, at that time, she was around 10 years old. In early 2016, the defendant and AG ended their relationship. AG is the mother, that's the initials of the mother. And he moved out of the home, although they maintained a friendship. The following year, the victim revealed the sexual abuse to the mother, AG. The night before the disclosure, the victim had attended a sleepover where a girl had tried to touch the victim's vagina against her will. The victim had her biological father pick her up from the sleepover and bring her to AG's home. AG questioned the victim about what transpired at the sleepover, but she did not answer. AG took the victim's phone, and she regularly did, and read text messages between the victim and her friend, Anthony, that discussed the attempted digital penetration. AG initially became angry because she thought that Anthony was a perpetrator, but calmed down after the victim explained the sleepover incident. AG then asked the victim if she had anything else to disclose, and she revealed the act of sexual abuse committed by the defendant. AG called defendant and questioned him about molesting her child. Defendant purportedly responded that if he did not remember it. Oh my goodness. Have you heard somebody say, I have no recollection of that?
Yep. Somebody they call Tzayak. You know, that a lot of people like debating. A lot of people like debating him, by the way, you know. It's like, apparently, if you win and debate with him, you're somebody.
I'm sorry, you said apparently
Apparently, if you win a debate with him, you're somebody.
Oh, well, in the HOK, yeah. Now, let me, hold on. This is Bama Road. Okay, yeah, I read that already. No, I read that already. Okay, no new comments. Good. So, in a subsequent conversation, AG claimed that the defendant admitted committing the sexual abuse. Defense counsel's theory at trial was that AG was a strict, angry parent. Now, that's the defense lawyers, you know what I'm saying? And that the victim fabricated the allegations against defendant to get out of trouble. What trouble at 10 years old? However, the victim and AG denied the allegation that the victim was in trouble at the time she made the disclosure against defendant. When AG began to testify at trial, she was asked to point to defendant and identify him by his clothing. AG pointed and identified defendant as the guy that violated my child, cursed at him and walked towards him, but was intercepted by court deputies as she sobbed. The trial court removed the jury from the courtroom and admonished AG to compose herself to prevent being charged with anything. Although defense counsel moved for mistrial following the outburst, because of her outburst, the defense counsel, which means the lawyer of the defendant, asked for a mistrial. Hey, he's doing his job, I guess. The trial court denied the motion, concluding that it would instruct the jury to disregard the comments and the conduct of AG, and that it would not have any role in their deliberations. Despite defendants' challenge to the credibility of the victim and questioning the feasibility of committing the abuse in proximity to TG and AG, the jury convicted defendant of all charges. Defendant now appeals. Witness outburst. Defendant alleges that she was denied a fair trial in light of AG's emotional outburst on the witness stand because a curative instruction was insufficient to cure the prejudicial effect of the outburst. We disagree. This court reviews for an abuse of discretion at trials courts ruling whether to grant a mistrial. And here they're talking about People versus Waklowski, 286 Michigan, apartment 6. Okay, well, I don't need to put people's address like that, but that's there. It's public. A trial court abuses its discretion when it chooses an outcome outside the range of principled outcome. A mistrial should only be granted for an irregularity that prejudices the rights of a defendant and impedes his ability to obtain a fair trial. People versus Dickinson, blah, blah, blah. A due process violation will not result in a reversal of a criminal conviction unless the defendant can prove prejudice to the defense. Additionally, the defendant must demonstrate that the error complained of is so egregious that the removal of the prejudicial effect can occur in no other way. When a motion for a mistrial is premised on the unsolicited outburst of a witness, it should be granted only where the comment is so egregious that the prejudicial effect cannot be cured. People versus Boulder, etc. Overruled in part on other grounds by People versus Burns, etc. Jurors are presumed to follow their instructions, and instructions are presumed to cure most errors. Well, okay, I ain't gonna read all the other court cases. You know what I'm saying? So you have People versus Gonzalez. Here they're talking about Boulder. Now back to the case. In the present case, let me check that it is sharing. Check the sound just in case. The present case. When the prosecutor asked AG to identify defendant in court, she pointed to the defendant, then asserted that he violated my child. AG then stood, pointed at the defendant, continued her allegations of abuse, and used expletives. The trial court ordered the jury removed from the courtroom as court deputies approached to restrain AG. AG then stated to defendant, "You know you did it," and began sobbing. Trial court instructed AG to compose herself and possibly face charges for her conduct. Defense counsel moved for a mistrial, citing the possibility that the jury will feel pressure to convict by sympathizing with the victim and her family. The trial court ruled that it will provide a jury instruction advising that the comments and conduct of AG must be disregarded and not play any role in the deliberations. Further, in closing instructions, the trial court advised that the jury must not let sympathy or prejudice influence the verdict, and only properly admitted evidence must be considered. We conclude that the trial court did not abuse its discretion in denying defendant's motion for a mistrial because AG's emotional outburst was not elicited by the prosecutor. It did not introduce any inadmissible evidence. The trial court promptly gave the jury a curative instruction, and defense counsel cited the outburst as support for his theory of the case in his closing argument. There was no indication that the prosecutor's request for an identification of defendant would prompt AG's outburst. Although AG expressed her belief that defendant was guilty in the outburst, she subsequently testified in detail regarding why she believed defendant was guilty. The trial court promptly cleared the courtroom and restored order. When the jury returned, the trial court instructed that the jury was not to consider the outburst as evidence of defendant's guilt. The trial court's closing instructions also conveyed that sympathy played no role in the verdict and what constituted properly admitted evidence. Hold on one second. Additionally, in closing argument, defense counsel offered the outburst as support for his theory of the case. In his opening statement, defense counsel characterized AG as a strict fear-inspiring parent whose angry overreactions to the victim's normal adolescent interest in sexuality were perceived by the victim as threats. Through trial, defense counsel sought to show that the victim fabricated the allegations against defendant to redirect AG's anger about text messages of asexual nature. In his closing argument, defense counsel stated, what do we think that conversation really looked like when the victim was accusing defendant? Well, we've seen AG's demeanor when she gets mad. We've had an opportunity to witness that. And then she comes back in here and she's very quiet and calm. That's how she wants us to see her. But we've seen what she can be like, and I can only imagine what that conversation was like. I think that there is no question in this case that that victim truly feared AG. Therefore, defendant was not prejudiced by AG's outburst because it actually supported his theory that the victim's truthfulness was compromised by her fear of AG. Accordingly, the trial court did not abuse its discretion by denying the defendant's motion for mistrial. 3. Right of confrontation and to present a defense. Defendant contends that she was denied his right of confrontation to present a defense because it was crucial to cross-examine the victim about whether she fabricated the allegations against the defendant to prevent AG from discovering text messages revealing the victim's bisexuality. We disagree. When a defendant fails to make an offer of proof regarding the substance of excluded evidence, MRE 103A2, error may not be predicated upon the ruling excluding evidence unless a substantial right of the party is affected. MRE 103A, People versus Hampton. Okay, I'm going to pass that. They're talking about People versus Fakelman. Defendant's right to confront the witness against him and to present a defense were not violated when the trial court prevented defense counsel from using text messages in which the victim allegedly referenced bisexuality to demonstrate that the victim fabricated the allegations against defendant to keep her sexual orientation concealed from AG. As an initial matter, we note that defendant never presented the text messages in an offer of proof to the trial court to demonstrate the actual content and the dates of the text messages. The prosecutor asserted that these text messages were post-assault, post-disclosure, and therefore were not relevant. Although defense counsel agreed that sexual orientation was irrelevant, he asserted that it was another secret that demonstrated the victim's motivation to lie. However, because defense counsel failed to submit and correlate the text messages addressing sexual orientation to the time frame of the victim's revelation to AG, there was no indication that this could serve as motivation for her to lie and redirect AG's anger. Therefore, defendant failed to demonstrate plain error affecting his substantial rights arising from the exclusion of this evidence. And he quoting Hampton 237, blah, blah, blah. In his brief on appeal, defendant correlates this issue to this motion for an in-camera hearing addressing the rape shield statute. Specifically, defendant alleged that the victim gave contradictory statements or testimony by denying sexual contact with a 13-year-old boy, and therefore it was necessary to explore whether the victim made prior false accusation of sexual abuse. This motion made no reference to text messages and sexual orientation. Moreover, at the motion hearing, the prosecutor noted that defense counsel misapprehended the preliminary examination testimony where the victim referred to the sleepover incident as occurring with a female. Defendant's failure to attach the excerpts of the interviews and testimony offered to support his position to the underlying motion prevent appellate review. In light of the absence of the dates of the text messages and the content, he failed to demonstrate that they had any bearing on the victim's motivation to disclose sexual abuse by the defendant. Furthermore, the trial court did not abuse its discretion in excluding the evidence under MRE 403. Last page, in excluding the text messages, the trial court ruled that the evidence's probative value was outweighed by other considerations under MRE 403. One Supreme Court as instructed, I can pass that. In this case, the trial court reasoned that evidence of the victim's sexual orientation was minimally probative because the messages did not by themselves establish that the victim was in fact bisexual, or the reason that she was uncomfortable discussing the matter with AG. The trial court explained that the invasion of the victim's privacy and the existence of other avenues by which defendant could examine whether she fabricated the allegations to conceal personal matters from AG weighed against admitting this evidence. Indeed, defense counsel questioned law enforcement and mental health professionals regarding their contact with AG and her statements and conduct pertaining to her protection and control of the victim. The trial court's decision did not constitute an abuse of discretion under circumstances. And here you have names probably of judges. So it was a bit long, but we got to the bottom of this. Let's go back to the video.
Right. So I don't see him making it 50. I see something happen to him in jail. I mean, I see America being destroyed, and I'm sure he'll be caught up in that way before 50 years. But yeah, so the Most High is not playing with niggas who is doing that type of sexual deviancy by no means. You can't go around touching kids, nigga, and think you just gonna get away with it and think the Most High Yahweh is not seeing that.
But
your ticket's gonna get punched in one way or another. Be it Esau locking you up, be it you expose the community, or being you dying.
I just hate hearing dudes. First of all, I don't like the N-word, being thrown around like that. But when I see a dude like this just throwing the N-word around, it just makes me wonder, like, who is making him think that's okay?
Well, no, we should not focus on the N-word at this point. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, but no, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying what he. I'm not saying he's not correct, and that I don't admire the fact that he spoke up about this pedophile stuff. I'm just saying, like, yo, man, I just hate hearing that stuff, man. I don't like it. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I don't like it either.
It makes me feel like aggression, like I'm getting aggression, or like I'm getting hate from him. I don't like hearing that kind of stuff, man.
Yeah, but so many people use that. But I agree with you. I usually people know that I don't use the N-word. If I ever use it, I will quote somebody. But hey,
Most High not out here playing, bro. He's not out here playing. I don't know, but some dudes really don't have a true fear of the Most High. That's why they go around molesting kids. That's insanity, right? So we just gonna see and wait for this to play out. But I mean, how can anybody believe this nigga's innocent at this point? He ain't saying that. John, y'all are talking about nigga switch his phone number, bro. Turn his Facebook off. I would at least have just put one post. Look, I ain't do it. Even if it was a legal issue, or I gotta be quiet because X, Y, and Z. I'm gonna maintain my innocence. The lawyer is not gonna advise you not to maintain your innocence in the public. That's what you're not gonna be advised to do.
he said that before Jabari did. Let's hear from Jabari, who has no problem with convicted child molesters on the HOK and people who financially support convicted child molesters or people found guilty of child molestation on the HOK. He has no problem with that, but then he spoke on Polite, who was not convicted yet. Where is it? Where is it? It is. Don't have it anymore? Hold on. Okay, let me do a search. Attends, Merout.
First, let me say to you, I'm not planning on being here long talking about these issues, but I do want to say to you that there have been a number of things that have occurred that are quite concerning, that I'm sure that you are aware of. I really need to say to you that first, let's begin with the allegations, and the arrest and the subsequent arrest of Brother Polite. It is so important for us to acknowledge that the charges that have been levied against Brother Polite, and in fact his subsequent arrest, are very serious. They're very serious. And I do know that there are some of you who would like to say that that we should simply wait until all of this is adjudicated in court. And clearly, I think that we should recognize that, of course, it is going to be adjudicated in court. Of course it is. Of course, this is something that is so serious, that the allegations are so vile that they will be adjudicated in court. It is not our role to convict Brother Polite before that occurs. However, I'm going to say to you, when the allegations are as serious as they are, we need to take them seriously. And in taking them seriously, I think it should be pretty clear that we should expect Brother Polite to be on timeout. At the very least. At the very least, he needs to sit down and not do the things that he had been doing. I think that I've been concerned by some of there's only one way to call it, flossing that he's been doing on social media during this time.
Oh, okay. Well, I just had that excerpt, but you know them. I had the video up. Okay. For those who wonder how to find that video, you're gonna hear him say that he's not aware of any lawyer that would say, "Don't say that you're innocent, that you are innocent." And that was a year ago. So here, Barrio Sase. That's on his channel. That's the only live that he has. That was a year ago. GRLA Hebrew's video was 3 years ago.
To talk specifically about the actual situation that occurred, that it is not, I know, there's only one way to call it, flossing that he's concerned, not do the things that he'd been doing. I think that I've been concerned by some of, very least, he, Brother Polite to be. I think it should be pretty clear that we should expect Brother Polite to be on timeout. At the very least. At the very least, he needs to sit down and not do the things that he'd been doing. I think that I've been concerned by some of there's only one way to call it, flossing that he's been doing on social media during this time. I will say to him, as someone who I know, that I'm aware that it is not smart for him to talk specifically about the actual situation that occurred, the things that led to his arrest. But I am not aware of an attorney that would say that you should not say that you are innocent. And I think that that is what I need to hear him say. That is what we all need to hear him say. I didn't do this, I'm innocent. That's it. You don't need to go into details. That is what needs to happen.
All right, so that was for the record. That was 1 year ago, but GRLA Hebrew said similar stuff 3 years ago.
I'm gonna maintain my innocence. The lawyer is not gonna advise you not to maintain your innocence.
For the record, got some new comments here. Now, Bob Cosmic agrees with Vibinet's stance on the N-word. Texas Bama also agrees with Vibinet's stance on the N-word, and Texas Bama wrote for Jabari, not going to stay long, huh? I have no respect for this dude. Fake SF. Storm wrote, I think this was a good move. Him. I don't understand. But feel free to elaborate what you mean, Storm, and welcome. She's in the place to be.
In the public. That's what you're not going to be advised to do. You're gonna, if the lawyer gonna say, if you don't say anything, maintain innocence. So how can I believe a nigga's guilty? Period. Most High gonna deal with niggas, bro. Most High gonna deal with niggas. All in his time, but that's crazy how stuff like this gets swept under the rug, bro. And we talk about, they're doing this in the churches. They're doing this, they're doing that. But you're doing the same damn thing.
Sounds like yours truly, doesn't he? Now, Scam Cheddar ain't gonna say, man, stop gossiping. You understand what I'm saying? It's crazy that it is being swept under the rug.
It's disgusting, you know. It's really disgusting, bro. It truthfully is disappointing. Because I wouldn't have seen that. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't have seen that coming, bro. But I mean, everything gonna come out. So I'm waiting to hear from witnesses and stuff like that. And people are like, well, kids, would you let your kids tell us? I would let, if some, God forbid, like that happened to my children, I would let, I would want people, or I would at least have them tell me, and I would tell what they told. I need people to see that. No, Nasi ain't different. He's not saying nothing. He's in total silence, bro. He's in total silence. So yeah, man, it's crazy. But somebody got to call this stuff out. We got to, bro. Our community's not exempt from this. But our community needs to react differently than all the other communities were sweeping it under the rug. We need to be calling it out. We need to eradicate niggas up out of our community that's perpetrating this stuff.
You heard what he said? He said we need to call it out. We need to be calling it out. You understand what I'm saying?
Eradicate.
Yeah, eradicate. But I bet you ain't gonna hear those Hebrew Israelites and those conscious community members and HOK members who are hating on me for speaking out about it, say anything to him for a strange reason.
I think a lot of them is saying it ain't none of my business. That's what it looks like to me, man. A lot of them are saying it's not their business. Let that, man. You know how a lot of people make excuses, man. I would never understand it because in my mind, I'm thinking, if you can't speak out against this, then why should anybody take you serious about anything? I mean, that's how I look at it. Like, I mean, what has to be worse before you speak out, before your words matter?
Yeah. What will be worse? Like, you have to be on man time. You know what I'm saying? But see, Stone wrote, and I'm not trying to change anybody's mind. Stone wrote, I think it was good of Bro Jabari to make his personal statement on his own channel when he goes on Sarnetta. He has no control over who else is invited as a panelist. Now, he's not the one who chooses who gets invited, but him going publicly about Polite's case, there was no trial yet. And he says that Polite should be on timeout at the very least. But then we have all the people who are convicted of child molestation that gets on that panel. Another person that financially supports somebody who was convicted of child molestation, and that's on that panel, and he doesn't say anything. That's a hypocrisy.
Yeah.
He says that somebody who was accused but not charged, not convicted, should be on timeout.
But
a person who's been convicted of rape, involuntary deviant sexual intercourse, another one who's been in jail for at least 7 years for child molestation, and he's been financially supported by Tazariak, therefore, in other words, by ISUPK, that could be argued, but clearly by Tazariak, because he admitted on tape that that's what he does. Even Scam Cheddar, Sanetta Frankie, confronted him about that. You know what I'm saying? You send money in his books, but now Jabari doesn't have any opinion anymore.
No, you know what?
And I think it was over competition between him and Polite. But go ahead, Bennett.
He could have used his soft power. And that is when I make a statement about this and you completely ignore my wishes after I've made my presence available to you and your platform, when you ignore such a warning, he could use his soft power and just say, hey, brother, I already spoke my mind about the issue. He shouldn't be on the platform. We shouldn't share a space until he gets his thing together and gets past this thing. I don't want to have nothing to do with it. I don't want to be associated with anybody that has these kind of charges on them. And that's not an indictment about guilt or anything. That's just like using your soft power. And guess what? Other communities, you see everybody else using that soft power today. Everybody else is using it. Look at and you can make arguments about how they use it, but people are using it. For example, this dude Jonathan Majors, right? I mean, you see what's happening with women today. Women are like,
they're trying to cancel him, man, and it's
they
not
canceled
about
him.
rape.
Yo, they canceled him, and I don't even think he's guilty, brother. But what I'm saying
we
is
don't know,
that
but it's like a fight.
yeah, I don't know.
Like,
I don't know.
He
I
didn't
don't know
torture
at
her
all.
or rape her.
Well,
the dude didn't even have his day in court. Apparently they want to take him off that Marvel movie, with that role that he had.
Oh, they want to take him off everything, but that's what people do when they use their soft power. See, other communities are using their soft power, but our community is saying over the worst heinous crimes, we don't use no soft power at all. You know what? You may as well just go up on the panel and say, hey, sell dope in my community, sell, rape the kids in my community, sell dope to the kids in my community. And guess what? I'm going to share a space with you tomorrow. We're going to talk and have a nice Sunday together and just act like we all family. No problem. You want to rape these kids here? Hey, no problem, man. I'll sit down with you and talk to you the next day. You know what I'm saying? He used no soft power. And I'm sorry, for a person that's as intellectual as Jabari and well-spoken as Jabari, the fact that he used no soft power does not match his words, in my view. It don't match his words, man.
Because he continued to go on that panel over there, knowing full well that convicted child molesters are invited as guests to teach the people, not to talk about their case, to teach the people. And once again, another organization that defends a convicted child molester, they have the floor anytime they want. Now, Texas Obama wrote, ISUPK Across the Line show used to dedicate every Thursday to call out child sexual abuse. I didn't even know that. Did you know that? Did you know that, brothers and sisters? Once a week. Now, I always wondered why they really stopped doing it. And now I'm even more curious to know why they started. So for those who don't know, we have that hashtag, how old was the victim? I wonder how old that girl was. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. But Jabari, he did speak out. I mean, I'm not saying I was happy that he spoke out, but I is equally disappointed when he continued, because to me it told me like, man, you ain't going to use no soft power. You don't mean anything. What's the point in saying anything at all when it don't matter to you? That's my thoughts about it. Like, you won't hear me speak out about something unless I'm going to act myself on something. You're not going to hear me. It's like saying, you ever heard of the phrase, put your money where your mouth is?
Yeah,
he didn't put his money where his mouth was.
And
that's the problem.
The child molestation on one hand, child molesters invited, with all the respect in the world, and he puts his stamp of approval by appearing on that panel, and the people teaching that they hate Africans. But he's a chief of an African village. So he doesn't even hold on to his own standards, because for those who don't know, he told Sekou that the xenophobia that he faced should be addressed. He needs to be addressed. So how come you have people who teach that they hate Africans and you have convicted child molesters, but then you want to talk against xenophobia,
bro,
and you want to talk against, a person who was accused of child molestation, even though he didn't have his day in court? That's a hypocrisy. But anyway,
yeah,
I don't want to focus on him. And the icing on the cake. I asked Jabari what he's going to do about this thing. He replies 3 weeks later, but in the meantime, Sanetta goes in on me, disrespect me in all kind of ways. He knows that, he sees that, and he's on the panel like nothing happened. So I speak out against child molestation just like he did, pretend to speak against child molestation, and now I'm being cursed and disrespected.
Shaka, you put your money where your mouth was. And that's what so when you see women out there, look at how they demonstrated against all kinds of people. They said, we're not going to support look at Harvey Weinstein, for example. Look at Harvey Weinstein. I mean, I'm sorry, there's a place for using soft power. You don't have to wait when problems get so bad. You don't have to wait for the court to adjudicate a goddamn thing. You can get a little bit of sensibility in the immediacy, especially with things like this. If you know that a person has the potential to be raping kids, why would you want to put any other people in harm's way? Why would you want to do that? So there's a new possibility to be able to say, okay, well, guess what? You do have this charge, and whether you believe the person is guilty or not, right? For the safety of others, you're not going to expose other people to that person. That's the new standard today. That's the new standard today. With a lot of people, even with our people, with black people. Think about this. Think about this. If a police officer five police officers beat up a black person on the street, right? Do you think you want to wait for the trial to end to get the ass off the street? Or do you want the chief to say, yo, put these dudes on leave
They're on paid
until
leave.
this shit is
Yeah,
solved?
they're on paid leave until the trial.
That's what, and guess what? If they didn't do that, black people would be up in arms about it.
They
And
remember
they would
the
have
riot,
every right.
1992, right?
You know, they would
That
have
was in
every
94.
right. But see, when it comes to our kids, though, and this kind of silly bullshit that's even easier to shut down, because these dudes ain't involved with no goddamn union. They don't have fucking rights. The only people protecting them is these actual people. And what do? You know, you shouldn't be there, but fuck it. If you still want to come back, what can I do? I'll show up on the panel with you and validate your presence. You know? Oh, man.
Now, Storm wrote, have you heard back from our esteemed elder Small? I'm willing to bet you he will say that persons like TMH will be accepted because he did his time and paid for his crime. I'm just saying. The elder doesn't have a public statement to make. Let's continue with that GRLA Hebrew video.
Period. Exactly. Like, I'm not finna be the first. Listen, when you get accused of something, the first thing you got to say is what? I didn't do it. I didn't do nothing. First thing you do at your first arraignment is what? Enter a not guilty plea. Even if you go to cop out to being guilty later, the first thing every nigga do at arraignment is what? Not guilty. We're going to enter a not guilty plea. Period. Nigga ain't even enter a not guilty plea. Then what happens is what? He got that community up there with that land in Sparta, and he's a part of that, which the last thing he said was that he's going to distance himself from that because he doesn't want no smut put on that community. But now it's like, well, damn, what's going on in that community? Not saying that I'm saying that these niggas is raping and touching kids in that community. I'm not making an accusation. But it does make you go, It does.
So shouldn't get mad if we be like, hey, what's going on? Now, Bob wrote, addressing Storm, I'm a strong advocate for some juggle justice on these cases. Some car tires, gasoline, and a lighter. We shouldn't go that far because, we have to be careful. We have to be careful. There's a justice system. We pay taxes for the justice system. So, we have to be absolutely sure that someone committed something like that. And,
Yo, and also in Polite's case, Jabbar, he said something very specific. He shouldn't be out there flossing. He shouldn't be out there flossing. And the thing about it is that, all those appearances Polite was making on social media in general, not even just on HOK, they could be viewed as harassment, attempting to harass the victim in a sideways kind of way, and that's the thing about it. Like, you're not supposed to make light of these kind of things. Even if you are innocent, you're not supposed to make light of them that way. And it just, some of the comments and that he said, even though they were sideways, that, in my view, they looked like they were kind of like some kind of organized harassment, like to make the victim feel a certain way about moving forward with a trial, which is like, so I would, for just alone, if I was somebody like Sinetter or an adult, I would be conscious of these things and be like, whoa, but wait a second, he can speak his mind, but we can't be a part of any type of thing that could look like it's making light of to the victim or harassing the victim to get them to not appear in court, and I just think that's what I don't think. Sometimes when I look at these guys, man, they didn't seem like none of them gave a damn about the victim, dog. To me, none of them seem like they erred on the side of the victim, except Jabari, slightly, just slightly. But he yeah, man. But he went back. He went back on the panel.
And Akasha, yeah, I mean, hey, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. He went back. He has no problem being there with all those people over there. It's selective. People should be on timeout. It's selective. Why would someone accused should be on timeout when he had no conviction? But some people who were charged and convicted, found guilty of it, is cool. To me, it doesn't make sense. Now, Akasha, if you don't mind, I'm sorry to insist. But please tell me about the censorship that you faced. What channel it was, what was said. Now, Tazaria said Africa is full of disease and SAR should instead go with them to the UK. Damn, if you have the audio of that or video of that, feel free to share. I mean, just tell me the video title and the timestamp. But he surely said not only that the African is not his people.
How can I let Red Pill come? Red Pill just have a different ideology than me, but he's still a brother. That 14-year-old African is an African. He's not my brother. He's not my people, period.
But he clearly said that he hates Africans as a people.
As a people, I hate Africans because of what they did to my people.
And Saad did not object. He had no problem with that. Now, Tom wrote, these ninjas don't care about children. They only care about money and views. I said this before and I'll say it again. If No Light gets convicted, Saad will accept his calls from prison for views. Oh. Akasha wrote, I was making comments when Smash was on you about the Hyksos. Okay, well, that's what's up, So, let's continue.
Does. That's a good point of cause. He might just not be saying nothing so we don't lie. I don't know. But I'm going to tell you this. If it came out that it's already been 2 judgments against him that he's guilty of sexual misconduct, it seems like what? It's a pattern. Period. And I'm not saying he can't repent, but we also got to understand is he's without Yahushua. So where's the sacrifice for his sins? It's not impossible. There's only one thing you can't repent from. That's blasphemy of the Holy Ghost. That's according to the word of Yahushua. But that don't mean you're going to. See what I'm saying? Things touching kids, bro. Forcing people to have sex with you. It's one thing to say, he's been womanizing. That ain't right. Or a sister could be mad. She felt like her little heart got broke. I'm not justifying that, but I've seen that cause a lot of strife. But we talking about forcible sexual acts and potentially touching adolescents, bro. That's a no-go. That is a no-go. But I just think that, sit back and watch the stuff in full. I haven't been paying too close attention to it, so I don't know what all evidence is out there right now. But to know that the brother confirmed that he's been found guilty twice. I mean, he's guilty of it. So then you have that, but then the new charges, it's not looking good, bro. That's a fact, Big Meech 40. Yeah, man. I'm just it's unfortunate. You don't know exactly. He not only is he in the truth, he's born and raised in this truth, bro. He born and raised. His father now. This is old school, Old Testament only Israelite congregations, bro. It's inexcusable. It's inexcusable, bro. So, I mean, we'll see what happens. But he's touching a little 9-year-old, bro. That's crazy. You know, but Most High, trust in him. If you don't trust in nobody else, trust in him. Well, you're right, Real Lion Talk. You're actually right.
Because you damn sure
Yeah,
can't trust these dudes. You know, trust in the Most High, because don't trust on these dudes on these panel to do nothing about the shit. That's for damn sure, you know. But trust in the Most High. Don't trust in none of these dudes on the conscious community for too much. Nope.
Crazy, man. He talked about a pattern. He talked about the fact that the guy was found guilty twice before, but you know, that was their Hebrew court. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But man,
it's crazy, man. You know, it's supposed to be the other way around. You're supposed to be, what is community if you can't trust the community to do stuff? You know, there's no barriers, there's no boundaries, man. It's almost like every man for himself type of thing. Dog eat dog. You know, I don't know, man.
Listen, molesters and rapists and pedophiles are the only people I will co-sign going to jail. And white people, Edomites. I want Edomites to go to jail for everything. Edomites fill the jail. But
they're the only ones he'll co-sign going to jail.
let's listen to it.
Those are the only people. Yeah, listen, molesters and rapists and pedophiles are the only people I will co-sign going to jail. And white people, Edomites. I want Edomites to go to jail for everything. Edomites fill the jails up. But if you're an Israelite, so-called Black, Hispanic, and Native Indian, in the truth, out of the truth, whatever, you touching kids, go your ass to jail too. Period, bro. It's crazy. So that's all I want to talk about.
That's probably why we don't really hear him on those panels, you know. But hey, we know Scam Cheddar. Soon we may have, you know, a rapper, a battle rapper, and you know, he may call, you know, GRLA Hebrew. Hey man, you know, beware of Frenchie, man. Beware of Frenchie.
The scammers, the black scammers and the Hispanic scammers, man, nah, they shouldn't go to jail, even if they scam your mama. You know, it's like, what's up with this, man? I don't get it, man. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. So it's only the rapists and the pedophiles.
I don't know, man. I guess he's focused on that, man. I don't want to make excuses for him, but you know, at least we have one Hebrew Israelite, one Hebrew Israelite who makes it clear that he is against child molestation. You know what I'm saying? But then again, you know, somebody may send him
What's
his
the
video.
age? Yeah, he might say, yeah, but then again, if they're 13, it's all right.
No, he hasn't said that. He hasn't said that. But you know,
okay.
If you hear this, GRLA Hebrew, you say you know to Zaryak. If we can just at least know the age of the girl for starter, the girl that was molested by the ICP member that Zaryak sends money to. We send VP Harris said that it is to Zaryak's cousin. I didn't say it, but how old was that girl? But we should find out how old the girl was. Hashtag how old was the victim? I hope we're not going to take 20 years to find out the details of that case. Court summary at least, to know what the charges are, to know how long the sentence was.
I've posted on about Facebook, but I didn't really went to YouTube about it. Talk about in the truth, out of the truth, whatever, you touching kids, go your ass to jail too. Period, bro. It's crazy. So that's all I want to talk about. I've posted on about Facebook, but I didn't really went to YouTube about it yet. And like I said, I was just chilling. I seen that, I seen this, and I was like, you know what? Let me just say something, bro. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Dude got found guilty with the Joy Morgan thing. Like, we got to understand, we got to protect, and we got to keep a watchful eye over the Israelite community and movement, because stuff that gives us a black eye, like, you got to understand what we're saying and what we're doing is already looks crazy to the world to a degree. But then when stuff like this goes on, it's something that they could attach to this movement that could say, look, and we don't want to give them any more. We already, what we're doing is so counter of the world. We don't want to give them any more ammo, man. We just don't. It's not in our best interest. Feel me? It's not. What damn water rat. But yeah, man, that's all I really got to say about that. So, y'all want to ask me any questions? Not too many breakdowns. Ask me the breakdowns tomorrow. Shalom, chosen Levi. Shalom, chosen Levi. But yeah, ask me the breakdowns tomorrow. I'm chilling. I got my hat on, so I ain't teaching right now. So y'all can ask me just, whatever things. Many fathers are not in the picture. And let me say this, though, too. Sisters. Some of y'all got the worst taste in men like your mother. I repeat, some of y'all got the worst taste in men like your mother. Y'all got to be more careful about the men that you choose. Sister, you have a choice. So a lot of niggas sliding in your DMs in your inbox. They got fringes on. They're shaloming you. You don't have to get with every nigga who does that. Don't get with the nigga just because he's pushing monogamy. That's a trap. Sometimes. Salakia. But a dude will say anything to get with you. He'll say anything. And little do you know, this dude's trying to come and touch on your kids. Feel me? So you gotta go in the spirit. Some of y'all just be like, some of y'all be choosing men for the wrong reasons. In the truth. And you do that. And then what? You feel me? Like, you gotta be careful. Y'all sisters, man. Counseling, having leadership, dealing with a congregation and kind of helping that process. That's my advice to sisters. Because it's just a lot, man. You feel me? It's a lot. And I hate hearing stories about sisters choosing the wrong brothers. But it happens all the time, man. So I had to say that. That's the dude. Appreciate it. Will I debate Tommy Sotomayor? About what? What I'm going to debate Tommy Sotomayor about? Nigga don't even believe in nothing. All praise Mob Gang Gamer and member. Yeah, man, you gotta take your time, man. And get counseling with elders. Go watch our video on dreadlocks, man. Yeah, you gotta keep a watchful eye. Tommy Sotomayor, I don't believe he doesn't necessarily disagree on who the Israelites are. I've seen him call out Tariq Nasheed on the black Jews and things of that nature. Man, Honest is sincere. Honest ain't that good a record to me. It's cool, but he got a lot of bangers over Honest, bro. Now, supporting Ados is not against the movement, but Ados, I made some. Y'all seen the video and people are getting at me about what I said about Ados. That's all Ados are not like that, but I'm specifically talking about the Ados that's against Caribbean black people. That's what I'm talking about. Caribbean, there some Ados are against Caribbean black. They're against mixed people. They're against Latinos. That's a problem. We get it. Ados or the tribe of Judah, y'all need to ask America for your reparations. Haitians cannot ask America for reparations. That's true. But don't act like y'all the only ones that contributed to this, because the whole western half of this damn country wouldn't exist had we not whooped the French's ass, which was the catalyst for something called the Louisiana Purchase, which made the United States of America double in size. That's all I'm saying. So don't act like we're coming and we're taking the jobs. That's the exact same thing the Bahamians are saying. That's why the Bahamians are saying the Haitians need to be drowned and need to be shot. Any divisiveness between the 12 tribes of Israel, between any black or any Latino, is out the door, and I'm not with it, and I'm going to stand adamantly against it at every juncture, because I'm a true warrior for all 12 tribes, right? Some Ados are against Ados. So I'm not against the tribe of Judah saying, hey, give me my reparations. Do I think it's going to happen? No. Yeah, I know, well, I don't know him, Sakuma Lambu. I don't know him, but I've seen his stuff. Like, I was on his Facebook and stuff. So I had a friend on Facebook. So I've seen him sometimes. Hebrew Hammer, I think the same thing. But if they want to try it, I'm not against them trying it. That's cool, and I get it. I'm Haitian, so I'm not asking. I got to go talk to the Frenchman. You feel me? No, Elisha want the heart. That's a tremendous point. They might say, look, we'll give you, listen, we all gonna give you reparations on this little chip that we're gonna put in your ass. Take the chip, nigga, and hear the reparations. Listen, all the niggas gonna take that mark too. Judah ass gonna be chipped up, man. You better not take the mark of the beast. Yeah, but America don't even have enough money to give niggas, bro. For real. Yeah, but listen, Latinos gotta take it up with the Spanish.
You know what? See, this
Levi,
is what
we gotta take it up with the Haitians.
Oh my
Benjamin
God.
gotta take it up with England. You feel me? It's true.
Shaka,
right?
man.
All praises, G Brown. Glad to be a service king. But don't be divisive, though. You feel me? That's all. Don't be divisive and don't start using these island niggas are coming to take our place, all that bullshit. I'm not going for that. You feel me? I'm not.
I mean, I guess if you talk forever, like this is all his opinion and stuff, and so you hear a lot of his views coming out, and that's good. I mean, I agree with some of his views actually, but once you come out and you say America ain't got enough money to pay niggas, America is going to find money, is finding money to pay so many people right now for so many things. The idea that it can't pay its number one victim, people should not be saying that too easily. That shouldn't just easily flow out of people's mouth, that idea, because when you have a lot of people saying that, then what you're going to find out is that yes, it is going to be even more impossible, because now they hear everybody agreeing with that. Yeah, America ain't got enough money for that. That's going to become the counter argument. The people that don't want you to have reparations, that's what they're going to be saying. We don't have enough money. Where are we going to get the money from? And then they're going to be spending billions of dollars on a bomb. You know what I mean? They're spending do you know the US budget, the US government's military budget each year? Do you know how much that is? You see what I mean? So we got to stop letting people talk so easily about niggas and what the government is going to do for niggas. I mean, just look at this guy. Is he even black? Is he African American? I mean, if you're not African American, then what does your voice matter on the topic of reparations for African Americans? What does your voice even matter? If you're not African American, your voice doesn't matter. Your only role is to support or not support but your voice doesn't matter. It's only about what African Americans think is just for them, nobody else. And that's how it works for all people, So again, man, I don't know, man, but this guy, just let him talk. Yo, Shaka, you there? Oh, you better. That's right, Acacia. You better believe America got money. I mean, $2 trillion is not a lot of money for America. Like, really, America is way past that mark with its dollar value. It's got over $20 trillion a year GDP. You know, but first of all, what I don't like is other people speaking for my own ancestors. I hate that. I hate that. And here you got these groups, they just casually bring in people to speak for our people. And I'm not against immigrants or anything like that. I'm not against anybody from the Caribbean or anybody from any country really. But when you start speaking as if you are like have some words on it, that's the part I don't really get, because I don't go to nobody else's country and start telling them that they can't provide for the victims of their country either. It's just crazy, man.
Well, I hear. Now, his father is of Asian descent, but I don't know if his father has I don't know if he was born in America. I don't know basically, if he's like black American, but uh, I don't know. I don't know his background, but he's been living in America for a long time. Probably born over there.
Imagine if I went to Haiti and I was like, I mean, I'm not saying he wasn't born in America or anything like that, but I'm just saying, imagine my ancestors were not slaves in the United States in Haiti, and I just lived in Haiti, and I'm like, man, Haiti ain't got enough money for reparations for Haitians, man. What you talking about? What if I did that? That wouldn't make any sense. What if I went to Kenya and started saying, man, Germany ain't got enough money for reparations. Germany's about to fall. They ain't got enough money for reparations. It wouldn't make any sense. What if I went to Jamaica and started saying, man, the UK about to fall, man. UK ain't got enough money for reparations, while the people are actually demanding reparations. I mean, this is the kind of shit that really gets me, man. I mean, outside of the pedophilia and everything, but this is equally as damaging, dude. This is equally as bad. Or I don't want to. Let's just say, it's up there on the list. It may not outdo raping of kids, but it's still up there on the list, because we talking about our human rights and our actual struggle and getting some form of reparations. And reparation means repair. It means repair. It doesn't just mean money, direct money in your bank account. It can mean multiple things. And this dude's like just speaking on it so loosely. I don't get it,
Well,
man.
he's not the only one, So Bill also, he's like not in favor of reparations or the movement for reparations. Not everybody would agree, like the vaccines. Now, Akasha wrote Shaka fell asleep. No, I heard everything, even when he said you're there, Shaka. I mean, I was actually, brushing my teeth, to be honest. But Texas Obama agrees with you. Well, brothers and sisters, um, it's been close to 5 hours, but if some people want to get on the panel, feel free to take this opportunity. Then, I guess I can call it a day, you know what I'm saying? But man, we discover, man. We discover, man. Those guys, they know so much, you know. So many of these groups, they have their secrets, man. At one point, Nasi Yashuvel was seen as, the main guy. you know, some feel like he won against SETI, but there was a participation of the traitor Butler Reggie. And as a matter of fact, the irony Butler Reggie himself said that not only Nasi Yashuvel threw him under the bus and revealed that it's Reggie who helped him, who gave him information to go against Seti, specifically to go against Seti, just like Butler Reggie did with Garfield, even to the point of preparing his slides. You understand what I'm saying? But then he even tried to extort Reggie, Butler Reggie, and still Reggie has no regrets. Reggie has no regrets giving information to a pedophile. Even if he didn't know that the guy was a pedophile, once you know, shouldn't you say, well, yeah, I regret? But that's the behavior.
Not if you're an old stubborn black man, you shouldn't. You just keep on going, yo.
A miserable beggar. A miserable, and you know what? Actually,
I don't ever want to be that stubborn, man. I don't care, man. Because if you're that stubborn, there's a lot of people you're not listening to. And even every day I remind myself, even when I'm talking to my kids, man, to apologize. If I'm not correct with them, if I make one error in judgment, if I overreact to something, or if I misunderstand something, always apologize and always back them up on that and say, you did a good job. You did the right thing. And I realize when I do that, they always say, thank you. Thank you. They always appreciate it, and you got to do the same way. It's the same way in life, bro. Every day, just with all the people you meet, because that keeps keeps people fucking with you. It keeps people rolling with you, Oh, you're on mute.
Thank you. Accountability, responsibility, recognizing when you make a mistake is not the end of the world. You're not less of a man. But you know what? Hold on. Let me first play. Then after that, I hope I'm not going to forget to play the Butler Reggie in action. But here.
Reggie, that's a Kemetic song, right?
No, it's a Nubian song.
It's a Kemetic song as well, Reggie.
No, it's a Nubian song.
It's still a Kemetic song, African.
It's a Nubian song. It's African.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay. That's why I got the back of the stick.
You dancing, man. You should give me that unk, brother.
Oh, man. Oh,
you should give me that unk, Reggie. That'll be a real good gift. I got a birthday coming up, Reggie.
I know, but somebody gave it to me as a gift. I can't give a gift away. But listen, this is mahogany, boy, man. Man, oh man, this will put a whipping on you. That's what I put a whipping on some of the kinematics.
Well, why would you want to put a whipping on them using the stick of life, the unk of life, brother?
Because
they need the unk of tear down and put a whipping on.
Because see, they live in a world where it's all Kemet. The Kemet's 12th dynasty. We're talking about pre-dynastic, first dynasty, right? Old Kingdom. Pyramids was built before there was a word called Kemet.
Can I ask you a question, Reggie?
Oh shit!
It's not gonna be a light question, brother. You got the right to say no. I'm telling you, I won't be mad at you.
Yeah.
You got the right to say nah, brother. I don't want no questions right now, Sal.
No, you can ask me a question.
You sure? Don't get mad at me.
What? You can ask me a question.
I always wanted to know.
Yeah.
Do you have anything against brothers who really teach like Black Power, Red, Black, and Green, and Kemet? Kemet, the number one.
No, I don't have a problem with teaching Kemet. I have a problem with rituals and things like that.
So why did you? Because I never asked you, and you never answered me. Why did you really go against Seti in that debate for a Hebrew against Seti?
Oh, no. Well, Seti's situation is that he was saying that he was a student of Dr. Yosef Ben Jochanan.
And what's the matter with saying that, though? I mean, because he said that, you're going to go and give information to
I didn't give any information
to a pedophile? Now you see he's a pedophile now.
No, but you know what I'm saying? Chickens come home to roost. Chickens come home to roost. And so when you was beefing with Seti, I stay out of there. I'm on my business. Yeah. I wasn't beefing. I was beefing with the information. The information is it needed to be cited, right? And we need
But
to
I
be
think at that
researched.
time, we were like, cool. I think that's what really made Seti have to run when he
Me?
saw that shit. Cause he probably think in his mind that I was down with that shit, bro.
No.
You know, because I never spoke to Seti about that shit.
Oh, there's sacred infinite energy. Like you want to be
That nigga really probably think I was down with that. That's why he don't pick up my phone calls or none of that. He probably really think I was down with that shit.
Hey, listen. I mean, I didn't. What did he use? He asked me a couple of questions. I'm a researcher. You know, I help anybody out, Captain
But you
Cesario.
helping out the enemy. Them niggas
No,
look at us as
I just
enemies,
answer.
bro.
I know what questions to answer because I ultimately at the end of the day, we had to deal with the Hebrews. Ultimately, at the end of the day, and Assad, you benefited so much from that, from my research and the work that I did. Come on, because sometimes you know you just gotta bring them in, see what they saying, and
Come on, man. Yo, Reggie.
Hey, sometimes and so the Hebrews they were a little happy and you know what happens when you get happy and you start missing material and so we end up getting them in some other
You
groups.
just got to get, Reggie, you just got to get some tougher skin. What's your sign, Reggie?
I don't have a sign, but I was born in March.
Okay. You got to get, you just got to
Sanetta, can I
get
ask you a
some tough
question?
skin, man. That's all.
Can I ask you a question, Sanetta?
Yeah.
You said he's a pedophile. You were talking about Nasi, were you?
Yes.
Can you just tell us what it is about? And you see, I'm not going to say, oh, you talk about people. You know, that's what everybody does.
No. This is different. Nasi Yashuvel, you know, because the Hebrews would say anything about polite real quick, but they own man. Nasi Yashuvel ended up being a goddamn pedophile, having sex with one of his wife's daughters, man. And he got ran out of town.
How old was she, the girl?
I don't know.
Was she
It escapes
underage?
me. Reggie, do you remember that?
She was underage and but you know, look,
and guess what? Hebrews tried to cover that shit up, but it was coming out so quick and hard. Now, the only Hebrew Israelite I heard speak on that was Captain Tazariot and Daniel Allah. Everybody else tried to cover that shit quick.
And Zion Lex.
And
Zion
Lex
had
right?
Mighty Hebrew, and people said Mighty Hebrew went to jail for sexual misconduct with a minor, and that's Garfield
See
Reed.
how you just bring stuff.
That's Garfield Reed who said that. Reggie, don't protect the pedophiles, please.
I'm not
Thank
protecting.
Well, let me speak, Reggie, please. Garfield Reed said that. You didn't go at Garfield for saying that. So we're gonna warn.
That we say,
we gotta hide our kids and hide our wives. Let's warn the community so we know where it is safe to walk out with children. I think it's a honorable cause.
Yeah. There's a lot of people in our community that need to get out, and so I don't know why y'all be so mad at Brother Reggie for information. I'm interested in information.
Who said that I'm mad
No,
at
I'm
you?
not
I'm
mad
at you
at you
for
for
begging
that.
against the comedics.
I'm over that. But at the time, I was mad as hell because you know I wanted all my people to bust they fucking ass.
All right,
and I don't know how that information got out. How did that get out, Reggie?
What information?
With you giving information to
because Nasi accused me.
See that? You helped this nigga, and look at what he did. He came out and told on you, bro.
Yeah, he
That's
did.
fucked up.
He played you, Reggie.
No,
he used you, G.
That shit is crazy. You helped this nigga win a debate, and he come back and tell the people.
Yeah, no, that was what you call extortion. So he didn't want me to do Kim on trial, and so he tried to extort me. But we ended up doing Kim on trial. You remember it was in the church. It was in the church, and he wanted to see if I was a sucker. And how can I say I can be extorted? Shit, I wasn't extorted on my block. What the hell am I going to be extorted? So if I said something, I said it. But it was all information. How can information?
How did that make you feel that he came out and told everybody what you did? because nobody knew
People that did worse shit to me, Sa. So come on.
Yeah.
People that did worse shit to me, but it was about information. It was about getting me out of the picture, right? If I was out of the picture, Polite wouldn't have went to Egypt, right? I wouldn't have used my energy to try to figure out. I wouldn't have got smashed.
Polite is a bad motherfucker, boy.
I
When he had that debate, Kimmon on trial, that motherfucker took a plane to Israel. And he went to Israel and seen the shit that they got. He filmed that shit and showed all these niggas got his fucking paper between the cracks and shit. I said, oh my God. When he showed that shit, Kimmon on trial, the people was like, oh, the fucking room went crazy. This nigga on the plane going to Israel.
Hey, yo, I'm Mil Carr. Yo, check this out, man. I did a video on sex, money, and murder, prequel. Go see me on my block, my dude. I got my lunch money taken every day in the school. No, you should see my video on sex, money, and murder, dude. I'm from the Bronx, yo. I'm not tough like that. I just changed my life.
So Reggie, do you regret it? Do you regret you did that for him?
No, it's playing chess.
It's playing chess.
Yeah, playing chess with information. See, information
Reggie,
is
you lost that chess.
You don't regret that though, Reg?
No, I don't regret it because I know what I said to him. See, sometimes you talk to get information. So I just wanted to see where they at, what they knew, right?
Mm-hmm.
And on Kimmon on trial, we was ready for every little nasty thing that they had to say. But y'all don't give me no credit for that. Everybody else gets credit.
No, I'm saying you don't regret from the SETI debate.
No, I don't regret on the SETI debate because it was on SETI to defend. But SETI didn't call us. SETI didn't. There was a lot of people SETI could have called for help. No, I got zero cash apps. This is an official conversation.
All right, he got 0 cash apps for right now, y'all. Let's show some love, man. Come on, man. Show some love to our brother. Hold up, Reggie. All moderators. Remember, when I have guests in here and we are interviewing the guests, the moderator job is to look out for the guests. That's it.
Yeah.
Not to bang. Hold up, Jabari. Not to bang on the guests because you don't like them. And if you feel that you don't like the guests that I have, all you got to do is say, you know what? Say it to yourself. I'm not going to moderate today. Let me fall back because I don't want to go against the guests. That shows the respect for the platform. That's what the moderator's job is. That goes for every moderator here. You know, I don't want y'all banging on the guests because I don't bang on them. You see, I'm here to give them love, respect, whether I agree with them or not. Whether I agree with them or not, I'm not banging on them. And it's not my job to debate with them. I only do that to the silly Hebrews. That's it. But when I get real guests on, please show the respect for them.
Can I say this on that? I have heard Reggie say that I'm making this argument because it supports my business. He said that a few times. Like this argument is about business, about money in my pocket. He said
what the hell?
And it's always strange to me that people make those kind of comments and then come on here begging for dollars for Cash App. Who is more driven for dollars? He makes that argument. He's doing that because it's his business, because he's making money. I mean,
keep talking, Jabari. Keep talking.
Argument.
Just keep talking. I'm trying to make it cordial, but you just keep talking.
No, that's not.
That you could have let go, because I could start talking.
That's not me being less than.
Check this out.
All right, brothers. Let's keep it.
No, sir. Man. You want to throw low shots?
No.
You want to throw low shots?
How was that a
right? About begging for money?
Oh my goodness.
You know you.
All right. Come on, man. Let's start, man. Before we even get started, man. Please.
So you want me to start talking about your popping mom's shrine?
No, we don't want. No, Reggie.
Right?
Reggie, no, we don't want that.
No. You don't get to do that. You don't get to start throwing shots when I'm trying to get on. You don't get to go and start talking about Cash App for my time on the internet and a popping mom shrine.
Let me say this.
All right, Jabari, let it go, please.
No,
no. Jabari, let it go, brother. Don't say it. Just let it go. Don't say it, Jabari.
Son Netter, you're acting like I am being hostile. I'm
No,
not.
I know you're not. I just know who I deal with. I know my people.
I ain't start this. I ain't started.
All right. Yo, chill, man. Come on, man. Damn.
Someone yelling.
No, I didn't say nothing. I was positive about Mr. Osaze. I ain't say nothing. But yo, let me tell you this so we can get it funky right now while my computer's booting up, right? Yo,
all right, Reggie, stop, man. Come on, man. I just see y'all ain't respecting me. I'm saying, no, dead it. Let's just dead that. Everybody, dead it. On your end, Jabari, on Reggie end. I'm not saying you started anything. Just dead it, man. Let's not do that. Wait till the people is not here to hear all that crazy stuff.
No.
They are here to see an intellectual discussion, man. That's it.
Oh,
that
listen
other
to
stuff. Come on,
that.
Reggie. Let's stop, man.
People not here to hear all
Nobody
that.
is yelling and screaming. Nobody is yelling and screaming.
Hey, who started this?
Nobody started nothing, man. Let's just go, brother. I
Can you start talking about begging for Cash App?
I'm talking about having tough skin, man. Please, man.
Oh, I got tough skin. That's why I'm talking. Listen, I'm coming back on. I'm just waiting for my machine to go up. But I didn't start this.
It ain't nothing to be started. It wasn't. Come on, brother. Just
so I'm begging for Cash App. Okay, so
it's all right. I beg for Cash App. So what? I don't care what nobody says.
I'm begging for Cash App. Then, hey, check this out. I got
Yo, stop, man. I asked for Cash App. So come on, that don't mean nothing. That shouldn't get you mad. God damn, Reggie, that shouldn't get you upset. Everybody hear me ask for Cash App. So what? Who
so
give
why
a damn what people are saying?
So why he had to say it, sir?
It doesn't matter, Reggie. That should not get under your skin.
Well, calm down.
What you should have did, Reggie, was fed off of that and say, damn right, I need some Cash App. Send some love. Send me some love. See, that's the shit I do. That's the shit I would do. I would use what Jabari say and flip it and say, yes, family, I need this Cash App. Send me some love. Help me out.
Son Netter, all I'm doing is responding to what was said literally just a few days ago about me by Reggie. That's it. And I'm doing it calmly. I'm not disrespectful. He said that I'm doing this for money. That's what he said. He said he's doing this for his business. That's what he said.
And Reggie, you got to stop that, Reg, because you see when he
answers
that, Reggie, you get all upset.
Did I bring it up today? Did I bring it up today?
I'm only supposed to talk about things that you brought up today. Is that what it is?
Okay. So you want me to keep talking, Sal? See, Sal, I'm calm.
No. Just
you want me to keep talking?
Just get your computer on, brother.
I
want.
I'm waiting for it to come. I'm waiting for my PowerPoint to come up. So you want me to keep talking, or you want me to do my debate?
Real quick, I'm gonna delete this show right here because I don't like it. I'm gonna delete this. I don't really want to delete it because we got we got 1,400 people in the building.
Why are you deleting it? There's no.
Thank you for being there, brothers and sisters. I'm going to make my closing remarks. Remember, though, how old was the victim of the ICPK member who's in prison for child molestation? In the meantime, stay safe, stay healthy. If I'm allowed to, by the nature, I will definitely holler back at you. I don't argue, I state facts. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. If you know better, you will do better. And I forgot the other addition. But anyway, I don't argue, I state facts. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. Hotep.
Now, for the record, for those who don't know, I'm giving middle nature classes. And here That's the flyer. Okay. So those who are interested, feel free to holler at me. If you're not interested, it's cool. But I recommend that everybody who has not yet seen the video Kemet and Ma'at before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, then watch it. It has about 300,000 views and really deserves to have a lot more.
I just want to let everyone know who's listening in now and who's going to listen to this stream in the future. I just had my first Meta Nature class by Brother Shaka today, and I've had other Meta Nature lessons by other teachers, and I can tell you right now, the brother is the best in the game. He is that was one of the best classes I've ever had, ever. So if you're interested in learning the Meta Nature, if you're interested in getting the basics of it, Brother Shaka is an awesome teacher. Get with him, and it's extremely affordable. This brother is giving us his time and his skills, and he's basically giving it away. I mean, I just consider it a donation. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody is interested in learning the Meta Nature, get with this brother right here. He's an awesome, awesome, awesome teacher. And I'll end with that.
Hotep Senu, Hena Senut. This is Julie, also known as Servant of Yah, and I'm currently taking the Medu Netra classes with Brother Shaka, and it has been an amazing experience. Only 2 lessons so far, and I feel like I've been taking the classes for months, just with the how in depth he goes into the vocabulary words, the construction of the language, the grammar. It's been immeasurable, the experience. And one thing that comes across, hands down, is his extreme passion for teaching this to anyone who is willing to learn and has an interest in learning. So I highly suggest, if you are interested, even a minimal interest, that you subscribe to the classes with Brother Shaka. It's such a nominal amount for how much you get. I know, like, our last class was over 2.5 hours. It felt like 2 minutes, but because that's how, involved you are in what he's teaching and how he teaches and how compassionate he is about what he teaches. Also with sharing materials free of charge, no question, no doubt. It's just what he does. He doesn't have to, but he does. And so I just wanted to give a short testimonial about the class and the effectiveness of the class, and all of that is attested to how studied Brother Shaka is. So I highly recommend anyone with a minimal interest that you do sign up for the Medu Netra class. Hotep.
Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, which is Ma'at Forever. Don't forget to watch the video entitled Kemet and Ma'at. Don't forget to share Kemet and Ma'at on my channel on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or other social media that you use. Email, text messages, you name it. Those who wish to donate can do so on paypal.me/Ma'at Forever.